Good morning, Mr. Clerk. Do we have a quorum?
Yes, Madam Speaker, we have quorum.
I call this meeting of City Council for December 18th, 2025 to order and acknowledge that we are on Treaty 1 territory, the home and traditional lands of the Anishinaabe, the Innu and Dakota peoples, and in the national homeland of the Red River Métis. Our drinking water comes from Shoal Lake 40 First Nation in Treaty 3 territory. We'll now have the opening prayer. Please rise if you are able, and we'll hear from Councillor Rawadi.
O eternal, almighty God, from whom all power and wisdom come, we are assembled here before thee to frame such laws as may tend to the welfare and prosperity of our city. Grant, O merciful God, we pray thee, that we may desire only that which is in accordance with thy will, that we may seek it with wisdom and know it with certainty and accomplish it perfectly, for the glory and honor of thy name and for the welfare of all thy people. Amen.
Thank you. We do have a request from Councillor Lukes to participate remotely. Mr. Clerk, would you read that into the record, please?
Moved by Councillor Orlico, seconded by Councillor Sharma, that in accordance with Section 9.1(9) of the Procedure Bylaw 50/2007, Councillor Lukes be allowed to participate remotely in today's meeting of Council.
Contrary? Carried. Have roll call, Mr. Clerk?
Madam Speaker, Councillor Sharma, His Worship Mayor Gillingham, Councillors Allard, Rawadi, Chambers, Dobson, Duncan, Durand-Wood, Eadie, Gilroy, Mays, Orlico, Rollins, Santos, Wyatt, and Lukes.
Thank you. It's now my pleasure to introduce today's page. Please join me in welcoming for the first time to the chamber Aaron Hildebrand from Oak Park High School. He resides in the Charleswood Tuxedo Westwood ward. Welcome. We'll now move into morning announcements. Mr. Mayor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, I want to say thank you so much to all members of council for your work yesterday and and the dialogue yesterday related to the budget. I really appreciate everyone's efforts yesterday. Some good discussion on that. Glad to see the budget pass ultimately. Second of all, I think we recognize today and want to say thank you to our public servants, who are, many of whom, for example, are working, our tech team working hard to make sure our DEMA system is up and running today, and those that need to participate remotely can do so. Also, thanks to our public works staff, who are working really hard on days like today to make sure that roads are cleared, sidewalks are cleared, so we want to thank them as well. On that note, my first announcement is related to the naming of the snowplows, so very apropos today. So we're in the process of currently, for the first time ever, naming our snowplows. The contest is underway, thanks to all Winnipeggers who submitted names for consideration. Well over 1,000 names came in. I know a lot of students in schools were having a great time. I was talking to some of the teachers that said their students were kind of all over this opportunity, so that's great. City staff selected a short list and certainly want you to help decide the names for our 6 loaders and 6 grading machines, and then also for our fleet of sidewalk snowplows. So people can vote for your favorites until December 31st of this year, and vote online, winnipeg.ca/name that plow. Some really good names, suggestions have come in so far. This month, we are saying goodbye to 3 long-serving members from the City of Winnipeg's clerk staff, members who have assisted all of council for many, many years. And we've had the privileges as council members to work with these folks who just do outstanding work. Combined, these 3 folks have over 70 years of service with the City of Winnipeg. And so Jennifer Ridge, who has served as the council clerk, is retiring with 30 years of service. In addition to the payroll and benefit support that she provided to council, she's been responsible for the preparation and publication of every council agenda for 25+ years. Second of all, Lisa Blake, who has served as manager of protocol, is retired with 19 years of service. From flag raisings to award ceremonies, Lisa has supported hundreds of protocol events for council over her time with us. And Kirby Saunders, who has served as manager of council services, is retiring with 21 years of service. Kirby has supported council by managing the day-to-day operations of the council's office and ensuring his supply of chocolate bars is always fully supplied. Join me, please, in congratulating these and say thank you to these three. Jennifer, Lisa, Kirby, we wish you all the best and a long, healthy, happy retirements for each one of you. Finally, I just want to take a moment to wish everyone a Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, and a Happy New Year to you, to your families, to your staff members as well. This is our final council meeting of the year. I do want to thank members of the council, my colleagues, our city clerk's department, and all those who serve our city for the hard work and dedication through 2025. And to the city staff who will be working through the holiday season, keeping Winnipeg safe and operational, we thank you. We're grateful for your service. And hopefully for everyone, we get a time of some rest, relaxation, and renewal through it all as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Lord, will you move the minutes of the meeting held November 27th be taken as read and confirmed? Okay, I wasn't aware. Councillor Mays.
We want to say that? Very briefly, in keeping with the retirement theme, those of us who have spent time on the Water and Waste Committee will certainly miss Lucy Squarek, who's retiring today, actually, effective today, you always got a straightforward answer on financial questions. You always got an accurate answer, usually with a sense of humor as well. So I think we'll all miss Lucy. And when I was babbling away at one point saying how I'd been on a provincial championship cross-country team for Dakota in the 70s, she called me to say, you know, I was on a provincial championship basketball team in Dakota in the 70s. So, in fact, her team ended up in the Basketball Hall of Fame. So a Renaissance person indeed. We wish well to Lucy in her retirement.
Thank you. Okay. Councillor Berwadi, the minutes of the last meeting, would you move them?
So moved.
All in favor? Contrary? Carried. Okay.
Wondering, do we need to deal with the hearing matter? We
That's-
seem to be on the,
Yes.
before we go too far on our other
Yes,
agenda.
that's the next item.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Okay, we have a hearing on our agenda for today. Councillor Mays?
Thank you. I would like to move that we adjourn this matter before we start taking public submissions or hearing from the applicant.
Councillor
they-
Mays, just for the public record, if I can just name the item
Yeah, please.
appropriately, if you give me a moment to do that. It is the public hearing for a text amendment to Schedule AB, PDO-1 Malls and Corridors of the Winnipeg zoning bylaw, number 200 of 2006. Over to you again for the adjournment.
Yes, don't shoot the messenger, I guess. Is it, shoot it, I could never shoot down my high-flying bird, I think is an Elton John reference. So I will say, I'm moving this because we all, I think, have concerns about the ability to people get here, both the applicant and those in opposition. We have had over 500 people file in opposition. I certainly have not had time to wade through those very many submissions. Also, I think it's unfortunate this was scheduled on the same day as what looks like a rather long and detailed council agenda, but thus I would move that we move it to January 21st at 9 a.m., which was not a council meeting.
9:30.
Thank you, at 9:30. I don't think there's any great urgency to it, so I think we can move it to the 21st. Hopefully better weather, give us all a chance to go through the, I would say, unprecedented number of submissions we've received in opposition. And in the interim, in the words of Christine McVie, the songbirds are singing like they know the score. So we can go another month, I think, without dealing with this and give it its proper attention when we're not under the pressure of also having another agenda item later in the day.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. With that, I'll call the question on the adjournment. All in favor? Contrary? Okay, that's carried. There was 2 in opposition. Okay. Pardon me? Chambers? Correct? Oh, Berwadi. Okay.
Who have perhaps made it in or who are waiting online. It's unfortunate, but just given the weather and given the sheer volume of input we've received on this, so.
I believe the clerks did make contact with those folks earlier today.
Okay.
Our city clerk's been here very early this morning. Okay, so once again, for the public record, the date is Wednesday, January 21st, 9:30 a.m., Council Building here at 510 Main Street. Okay, moving on with the reports. December 9th, Mr. Mayor?
We have delegations.
Yes, we certainly do. Let me find those. Mr. Clerk, first delegation.
First delegation joining us online is Mr. Kelly Ryback, to be heard in support of the Standing Policy Committee on Public Works Notice of Motion, Primary Transit Network, Service and Costs.
Thank you. Mr. Ryback, you're with us?
Yes, I am.
Okay, we've got 5 minutes on the clock for you.
Great, thank you very much. I want to first, this is on the item for transit. It's nice to see the delegations have doubled from November's meeting. And with some comments from during question period from the meeting regarding Grace Hospital, yes, there are bus stops at and around Grace Hospital. The FX3 has bus stops on both sides of Sturgeon. However, that FX3 serves only residents from between Moray and Ronald Street, north of the Assiniboine River, which is very few. Secondly, for the connector routes at Grace Hospital, they do not run on weekends. Two do not run midday during the week, and they all end by 7:30. And the one that does run all day, Monday to Friday, are 37 minutes apart. Can you imagine a patient going for a CT scan, having to get off the bus at Portage and Ronald to either wait for an FX3 or for an on request or for a connector? Or somebody who's been referred to urgent care after being visited by fire paramedics because an ambulance is more than 3 hours away. The on-request services do not run during the morning and afternoon commutes. And according to Winnipeg Transit, they run weekdays, this is the 108 on request, 8:40 to 2:05 p.m., not during the midday, and 6:35 p.m. to 11:59 p.m. Saturday, only 6:45 a.m. to 9:35 p.m., and Sunday, 7 a.m. to 12:35 p.m. So that's according to the Winnipeg Transit website, and has not been, that is in contrary to the announcement that starting December 14th, on request will be going to 2 a.m. But patients and healthcare workers, they don't have the benefit of attending their appointments via Zoom, and it asks a lot, not knowing their physical or mental state, to have to take a transfer in order to get to the Grace Hospital, when in the late 60s, my colleague Fred Morris and several thousand St. James residents lobbied successfully to have direct service off Portage Avenue to the Grace Hospital. And that's just that. Transit in general, a low-cost solution to provide service to Grace Hospital could be to just divert the Blue Line St. Norbert bus to the Grace and back. Transit in general, we've all known all along that it would take an extra transfer and possibly longer if you don't live on or near the spine or in staying on the spine. From experiences, I've been on the Blue Line several times, and only once was it more than half full. Very often it's 10 passengers or less from West St. James all the way to Portage and Maine. My sister's experience, she works downtown, lives East St. Boniface. So it used to be one direct 30-minute bus ride, is now 3 buses in 90 minutes. She has mobility issues, so what she does now is her husband drives her to what that last bus is, and she takes 1 bus. He drives his vehicle 4 trips to serve her. Grey Cup week, I'm walking down Portage Avenue to get the bus at Colony to go the Blue Line to St. James. In the opposite direction, 7 Blue Line buses stopped between Vaughan and Edmonton Street. It is very common for these buses to get bunched up. I've seen buses taken out of service and only dropping people off, not picking up new ones, because 3 are traveling down Portage Avenue together. There have been 5 bus stop issues in the media because of mistakes made. The original plan was published April of 2021. I was the lone delegate opposing it. And there was no consultation prior to the fall of 23, where it was requested successfully to advance the implementation by 1 year. There were only the poorly advertised community public consultation meetings prior to vote. There's a error that was identified in the plan just prior to vote that actually I identified to Councillor Lukes. What we need is a reset. There needs to be a robust public consultation. We need to see a full report as to what the feedback was submitted online, but this is not serving the majority of Winnipeggers very well. So I do support the motion of Councillor Rollins. I'm the originator of one petition with Fred Morris that's a number of councillors have signed. And again, we can do better. And I hope that you do. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions for our delegation? Okay. Seeing none, Kelly, thank you for your presentation.
Great. Season's greetings to you all.
Next, appearing in person is Terry Washniak, also in support of the Standing Policy Committee on Public Works notice of motion on the primary transit network, service, and costs. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Merry Christmas, everyone. I took the bus to get here. Did anyone else? Congratulations. It was a challenge for you too, I'm sure, but I appreciate that. I'm here to speak in support of the motion. A brief history. This was actually passed by council in 2021. It came up in June as quite a surprise to just about everyone in Winnipeg because there was no more communication about what was coming until it came. And when it arrived, I was on the bus the first day and I saw the shock on the faces of the people that used to get off over there and now had to go blocks to get off the bus and then walk back to where they intended to go. It was quite something, especially when they had a walker or a mobility issue or a stroller. Those issues became dramatic for those people. In 2021, there was only one city councillor that voted in opposition to the master plan for transit. Kevin Klein did that. We should all give him credit for that. And I've seen Councillor Wyatt speaking. I thought he was in opposition to it, and I'm sure you would have been. Oh, well, I stand corrected.
Let's, Terry, you have the floor if you want to continue, please, with your presentation.
I appreciate
Councillor Wyatt,
that.
thank you.
And I certainly do respect that as information.
Okay, you have the floor. Please proceed with your.
Yes, I'm trying to. Thank you.
You're not.
Okay. So what was passed in 2021 was not what is Winnipeg is dealing with now, and there's been really no one to talk about what was passed in 2021, what Councillor Wyatt voted against in 2021. What we have before us now is phase one of a multi-phase, 20 more years till it's complete, project. That took up $1.2 billion of funds. What was approved in 2021 was $1.2 billion. Nobody is talking about that. We're now dealing with a system that the financing is technically going to be there for this to be completed 20 years from now, and it is running on a basis of 1,700 fewer places to get on the bus. There are some new places, I think 400 new places to get on the bus, but some of those places that people got on the bus have been there for well, the city tells us 140 years. Some of them are historical stops that no longer exist. And that came as a surprise to everyone, including, I suspect, the councillors. There's 10 of you that are left. Of the 15 that voted for it, 10 of you are still in this room or watching from remote at home. We need a reversal of this. Winnipeg is not growing at the rate to support $1 billion in transit development. That is not the nature of Winnipeg. My suspicion is that in 20 or 30 or possibly even 50 years, we still won't reach 1 million people. I call Winnipeg the biggest small town in the world. We've been this size since I was a kid. We've grown geography, right? We have suburbs now, and many of us have backyards and swimming pools and, you know, suburban quality of life. But the real population of Winnipeg hasn't changed much at all. And projections are that it will not be. The likelihood that we will continue to have out-of-control immigration to support a growing population, that's unlikely as well. It's got its own problems. But I'd like to stick with the issues of transit and Councillor Brewadi.
Councillor, did you need more time for your presentation?
I would
minute or
appreciate a
two?
few more minutes.
Okay, Councillor Rollins moves the 2-minute extension.
Thank
All
you.
in favor?
Thank you.
Contrary? Carried.
Councillor Brewadi mentioned many times that 10% of the people using the bus will not be happy. They just won't be happy, 10%. Turns out you are, sir, 100% wrong. Because it's
Terry,
only...
I just want to let you know, please bring your comments through the speaker, not directed at any one councillor, and they will do the same with their questions.
Thank you. Councillor Brodi's opinion that 10% would be unhappy is proven to be exact opposite. Only 10% of the people using the bus are happy, found it improved. We were told to wait for kids to get back to school before we made a decision, a final decision on whether we liked it or not. Well, the University of Manitoba did a poll. 92% thought the new system was worse than the old system. Manitoba Hydro, they did a poll of their staff that take the bus, which was 600. And, you know, a lot of people might think that it would be a surprise that 600 Hydro people take the bus, but that's the number. Of that, 75% said it took longer to get to work or to get home. 75%. Those are real users coming to the formula. So really, the right thing to do is to admit that a mistake was made. All of the councillors that are new here, you have no commitment to the $1.2 billion future expenditures that are coming. I'm confident that you will vote for it. The members, the 10 that have to make the decision to reverse your decision, I'm sure you did not know that 1,700 bus stops would be removed. I'm sure you did not know that
Thank you.
downtown Winnipeg would be decimated.
Okay. Thank you. Terry, we'll now have questions for you.
Oh, fine.
That's okay.
Thank you.
All right, questions, Councillor Eadie, and these are either for Kelly Ryback, we can have you back, or Terry Washniak.
Yep.
Councillor Eadie?
Thanks, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the former City Councillor, Mr. Wojniak, for coming and speaking about the bus service. I'm not sure which buses you took today, but my question is really, were there any bus stops removed on the new 28 route down Arlington? I think you might be near there and utilize that bus?
Right. I don't know which bus stops were, I didn't take the 28, so I couldn't, I'm not familiar with that route. Quite honestly, I'm coming here, I took the 48. So once I could get onto a bus, it took me right to City Hall. That's, the good news, but the walking distance, that has changed. I walked right past a complete bus stop, full shelter, no broken glass, intact, that is out of service. That's a tremendous waste of existing resources that are now, standing vacant. And that's, I'm sure, all over the city. So I can't answer that, but I do know that the North End has been hit particularly hard. There's no traffic, there's no way to get home after 10 p.m. You're either stuck on McPhillips or you're stuck on Main Street, and you're walking east and west between there. And that is completely unacceptable. And I'm sure that you didn't know that when you voted in favor of the master plan. So I would hope that you will correct that and support the motion to revert back to our original system.
Thank you. Second question?
Madam Speaker, not sure where, but there's reference to the mountain bus, which is the 38, the new number 38, which will take you to Kildonan Place, or can't remember where it's going at its final end on the west. Are you aware that routes, some fixed routes will be changed, but it won't be until April of 2026 when some of the fixed routes get their late night, and that on the on-request areas that didn't have later night service have been restored in the budget that we voted on yesterday?
Oh, well, I do know about the number 38 bus. I have ridden it on the first day, and I can tell you that it goes as far as Main Street, up Mountain Avenue, and then it heads into over the Redwood Bridge and out till Kildonan Place Mall. So that's not the typical places where North End folks want to get to. Most of us still want to get downtown. And that means that you have to transfer at least once, sometimes twice, to get to downtown Winnipeg. It is the hardest place, with the new system, the hardest place to get to by bus. There's no congestion of buses anymore. I guess that's a positive. But on the other side of the coin, anyone with a storefront at street level, their business is down. And that's where we get our taxes from, is small business.
Madam Speaker, are you aware that you can catch the FX2, which will get you to, well, at least Portage and Maine, when you get off the 38 at Mountain before it turns and goes over down Redwood and over the Harry Lazarenko Bridge?
Yes, I am aware of that, but I also know that Main Street is one of the streets that has been hit with the most removals of stops. There's no more convenience to shopping, jumping off the bus to go to a store anymore because of the distance the FX2 travels between stops. So I can't say that there's anything good to be said about how fast you could get somewhere if you have to walk backwards 2 or 3 blocks or forward 2 or 3 blocks.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker, Councillor Wyatt.
Councillor Washniak, thank you for coming here today. A lot of the concerns that you expressed were raised internally as well as publicly when the master plan was being adopted. At this point, your honest advice based on what you're saying, based on the survey you have from the University of Manitoba students, from the Hydro employees, what I'm hearing from my constituents, what I'm reading, and the calls that I've been getting, is that overwhelmingly the citizens of Winnipeg, those that use transit or those that loved ones have been affected by it, or their families have been directly affected. You know, I can't pick up the child anymore from school anymore, honey. I can't get there in time. The sort of thing that happens has dramatically impacted people across our city. And to your point, that it's often that we do get things wrong in life, that we're human beings, and that we're not perfect, right? And I appreciate your comments here today that that is often the case, and that it's a big person to be able to say that, you know what, we did get it wrong, and we should just, you know, go back to the original plan, because what you're saying, what I've heard you say is that, you know, the fact there's less stops. The idea was that it would be faster, but the reality is buses are stacking. More people are getting on less stops. It doesn't make it any more faster than before. The fact that the hours have been cut in terms of, and people on the weekends have had to lose their jobs or take Uber to be able to get home, right? Instead of the transit system. We're actually funneling more money into a private American multinational instead of supporting our own transit system. That all these concerns that have been raised, that really, there's nothing wrong with saying, would you say? There's nothing wrong with saying we got it wrong, and let's go back to the old system before it's too late. Before we make the citizens of Winnipeg freeze, or seniors walk, or parents with children in tow having to walk through snow and freeze at bus stops without shelters. Would you say that's a fair statement?
On a day like today, and, well, there is a, Councillor Mays, he took the walk, so he knows what it's like on a day like today. It's treacherous. And this is 3 days before winter starts. So you're right. And it's 92 days before spring gets here, so.
Member of Winnipeg City Council, you've seen in the past where councillors have said, and mayors have said where we've got it wrong, and they've had to reverse, right? I don't know if you were here for the great assessment fiasco of the early 1990s, but I mean, there's an example of that, right? Where they said, we have no money in the reserves. And then all of a sudden they found money to bail out $300 million of assessment in 1995. Dave Brown had to resign as city assessor. Isn't it time we just say, we got it wrong, let's go back? Like, the sooner we do that, the better, because it takes like 6 months to be able to post. You know, you're aware of that.
Yes. And I'm also aware of, once you reverse that decision, there's $1 billion on the table that if the administration has already planned for that and we can reverse that decision, it could be used for many, many positive things for our city into the future that don't involve making life worse for people. It doesn't matter how fast it is, if you have to walk many blocks to get in or off the system is not going to be better, the debt will be greater, the tax burden will be greater, but the service will be less.
My final question is, you worked under the great Rick Borland, Director of Transit at the time, I believe, and, you know, transit right now, as you know, is facing massive issues. Safety, drivers is probably one of the most dangerous jobs in the province now, never mind the transit riders themselves facing the same sort of safety issues and concerns. Don't you think we are dealing with enough issues as it is with regards to our transit system?
Absolutely.
Without having to deal with this as well?
Right. And very, very often, the best intentions make things worse. I know you're dealing with shielding drivers now. Once you shield a driver completely, they'll be safe, but it will add insecurity to everyone else on the bus. Quite honestly, as a matter of fact, right in this chamber, there were more people in the room. There were more chairs in this room at that time. But I made my first public presentation for Fare Free Transit right here in 1986. And it was on an issue of a 10-cent bus raise. 10 cents, and I think we were way under $1 at that time to get on the bus, 70 or 80 cents. But at that time, Fare Free Transit solves all the hostility problems. We have now got police 2 at a time riding the bus to stop people from getting on that don't pay. They're not paying because
Okay, Terry?
I thought I was answering a
Yeah,
question, but
there's a
okay,
certain
that's fair enough.
Certain time allotment. Councillor White's moving a 1-minute extension. All in favor? Contrary, carried.
It's something for this council to consider when we talk about fare free, because there are several cities smaller than Winnipeg, all over Canada, that have gone fare free, and they're not going back. Those that go that way, they keep it. The province of Prince Edward Island, they have fare free for youth and seniors all over the entire province. This council should be lobbying Manitoba to be a fare-free province. We already subsidize the train lines to Churchill completely. The smaller towns beyond Winnipeg, that's not a major cost. And the quality of life, the improvement for everyone, including drivers, some of the results are 150 and 200% more bus riders. And if you can have
Okay, Terry, that concludes our time
okay,
for questions. Okay, thank
Thank
you for
you.
your presentation.
all right.
Okay, that concludes our delegations for today. We'll now move on to reports. Mr. Mayor?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to introduce your report and move adoption of consent agenda items 1 through 14. I believe 15, we need to have a motion to suspend the rules to, no? We're good? Okay. Over the bylaw. Okay, that's the bylaw. Okay, so then I would move items 1 through, sorry?
21?
Items 1 through 21 with a note of appreciation for all those in item 1 who are willing to serve on committees. Thank you.
Okay, hang on. 3 is new governance framework. 4, did you say?
15, 16, 17, 19, 20, 21.
Okay, so that was end homelessness Winnipeg, item 4. 15, subdivision and rezoning of Granite Way. 16, managed encampment pilot site. Item 17, green space investment reserve. Item 19, green municipal fund application endorsement. Item 20, implementation of audit recommendations, quarter 3. Item 21, audit plan 2026 to 2027. Councillor Mays?
18, please.
18, financial assistance program for small businesses. Okay. With that, I'll call the question on the remaining 1 and 2, 5 through 11, 12 through 14. All in favor?
Aye.
Contrary? Carried. Mr. Clerk?
Item 3, new governance framework as a result of the new PIC upgrade project's audit report.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll wait to hear from my colleagues.
Was stood down by Councillor Wyatt. Go ahead.
Yes, I'm only standing this down because I want to make the point, Madam Speaker, that it doesn't matter what KPMG, and I've gone through the report, says in the report. At the end of the day, KPMG is not an expert when it comes to the regulations that have been labeled or leveled on us from the province of Manitoba with regards to what we have to do with our North End Pollution Control Center. But the reality is, Madam Speaker, there needs to be an in-depth review, not from a financial point of view only, but also from an engineering standpoint. That it would be good to see all of the emails, for example, that went back and forth between the regulator, being the province of Manitoba, and our staff, leading up to the decisions that led to the regulations that came down on the city of Winnipeg and the level that they're demanding. It would be good to see exactly that dialogue that took place, because I believe a dialogue did take place between our city staff in the Water and Waste Department and provincial engineers at the Department of Conservation. And I would go on to say that I think, Madam Speaker, based on previous council seminars that we've had related to this department, where it was acknowledged by staff that they are in conversation on a regular basis with engineers provincially. And it was also acknowledged in a seminar going back to 2016, where they acknowledged that they somewhat have input, believe it or not, directly or indirectly, on what we could be regulated on. In other words, that they may be somewhat, not maybe nefariously, but requesting regulations on us that we would then have to pay for, which is now the case. This came up in a seminar back in 2016 when the solid waste was being considered for organics, and where an administrator behind closed doors basically admitted that he had been in discussion and that there's a good chance provincial regulations are going to be coming down on us with regards to solid waste regulation pertaining to organics. And then further questioning in that seminar, which happened just below us here in the EOC at that time, confirmed that there was almost a lobby going on to bring regulations down on us so that that empire can be built within the Department of Water and Waste that we're seeing today. And I would say to you, Madam Speaker, that the costs related to this are astronomical. Finally, I just want to say this. It would be nice to see that as an in-depth study. I like to see all the emails. I like to see the back and forth that went on between our engineers and their engineers leading up to the decision on the level of regulations and the type, because I know the mayor often refers to that. He said, well, we're regulated. We have no choice. Well, maybe we did. Maybe there was some subjectiveness involved behind the scenes that we as elected officials would never see because we're not engineers. You know, it's like taking your car to a mechanic. Well, you need a thingamajig. Well, I guess I got to get that thingamajig installed. Well, the mechanic says so. We got to go on faith. We're almost trust of the experts that the thingamajig for my car has to be installed. It's the same thing with the treatment plant. No different. We're not engineers. Our eyes go a little cross-eyed when we talk about these things because we're elected officials. Maybe there is an engineer in the room that I don't know, or an armchair engineer. I guess they accuse us all of being armchair engineers. But the reality is, Madam Speaker, this is something that has to be considered because we're now spending billions on this plant. And I fear that the prices of the work going underway is not going to be contained in any way, shape, or form. This is making the Winnipeg Police Headquarters project look like a popsicle stand when it comes to this construction. Finally, Madam Speaker, I would say this, that for all the work we're doing here and for all the nutrients it's going to remove, we know as well that if we restored Netley Creek Marsh, it would remove anywhere from 7 to up to 12%, possibly higher nutrients and no operating costs to actually do that. The marsh would actually do it on its own naturally. We as a city have come to the table more than ever, Madam Speaker, on this project. We as a city have really been hit. Let's be very clear on this. And we sometimes forget we're patting ourselves on the back for doing this. But let's remember what's going on out there. The majority of the nutrients that flow into the watershed do not come from us. The majority of the nutrients that flow into that watershed come from the farm fields in this province, both in Manitoba and south of the border. And yet, it's funny how they're not being targeted the same way we are with the regulations coming down. Why isn't that the case? Why isn't the same standard being held against the agricultural community of this province and the agricultural community of North Dakota and North Dakota and Minnesota, which are all part of our watershed? I would say to you that actually, from what I've read, the Americans are actually doing a better job than us when it comes to trying to mitigate nutrients going into the watershed. But here in Manitoba, we drained the land. We built canals out of nowhere. We reshaped rivers in southern Manitoba. We removed all the marshes, or all the potholes as they call them in the prairie, that once were the gathering places of geese and ducks and were waterfowl, where there was great wetlands to the south. We ran the water so that we guaranteed ourselves future floods in this watershed till the cows come home. We basically guaranteed that we had to double the size or increase the expansion with $750 million into the expansion of the Red River floodway. Yet, if we could only hold the water back as nature had once intended on this watershed south of the city, with the kind of natural topography that once existed, which was actually, marshes and wetlands that were taken and drained, and as the water rushes now into the Red River, or rushes into the Assiniboine River as it surges down to Winnipeg, which we may now experience again, who knows, in the new year if we get more snow like this. Madam Speaker, this issue is not going away. And every time that Red River Valley floods, all those nutrients that the farmers put on their field, all of them go rushing right up to the lake. And everything we do here means nothing, because those nutrients are the ones that are responsible for the death of the lake that's going on now. We know that one day we could wake up and that lake will undergo what they call a shock, where it hits a tipping point, and that all the fish in that lake will surface to the top, as has happened in other water bodies similar to this. Madam Speaker, we have to deal with this issue. This project is out of control. This project is out of control. Thank you, Madam.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Wyatt. Next is Councillor Mays, followed by Councillor Eady.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am prepared to support this today. I have some concerns about the shift of oversight from Standing Policy Committee to EPC, but my concerns are balanced, I think, by notice of motion that you'll see today that I moved, and my thanks to the Mayor for seconding that. It's saying the Chief Construction Officer will be available to councillors in council meetings to respond to questions about mega projects. The Mayor had run on a pledge to create a Chief Construction Officer position. I supported that. That position was to report, we may have memorized this by now because I've repeated it enough times, that position was to report publicly and directly to councillors, not to EPC, not just to the other civil servants. So my thanks to the Mayor for seconding that, and to the Mayor's staff who said that motion really isn't affecting the governance. You don't want the CCO being dragged into in a governance capacity. They're an outside advisor there to advise council. So I think this is the logical layout. So I'll support this today, but would certainly encourage people, when we get to it in January or February, get to the motion about the CCO reporting directly to council, to be available to answer questions at public council meetings. I think that was the role of this position, direct and public accountability. This is why we created this position. So my thanks to the Mayor for seconding that, and prepared to support this today in light of that notice of motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Councillor Eady.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I, of course, will be supporting this new governance structure for mega projects that are 500 million and up, which will, there's a few of them that will be coming up over the next decade, hopefully, Madam Speaker. But so the governance structure is interesting, and for my colleague, I was disappointed that I couldn't get the CCO to our budget meeting for water and waste on December 1st. It would have been good to be able to at least ask some questions related to the ongoing project, and given that our CCO does have a lot of experience with very large projects, and will also be playing a role in the new governance structure. Not quite sure how the CCO is going to work, but we know that the CAO, who it looks will be chairing the new steering committee that is being put forward, and there's a whole bunch of structure underneath when you have different managing committees of the people who are actually undertaking the work and a bunch of stuff. But Madam Speaker, this structure is set up to take a little bit of why anybody would bring up the police headquarters fiasco is beyond me, Madam Speaker, on this mega project. It is a mega project. There's a lot of people monitoring what's going on here. there's RPs, there's all kinds of checks and balances, Madam Speaker, that are happening through this. And whether you like engineers or not, Madam Speaker, one of the things that I will say about the North End Water Pollution Control Center is it is the best for the environment in terms of how we're dealing with this, especially as well as you look at the biosolids that are coming out with the new plant, the biosolids that will be coming out apparently will be even more ready to use for various operations related to working with the land. And Madam Speaker, why we have to go back and review the history of how it's regulated and how it's supposed to be dealt with, whether it's biological or it's chemical. The biological was decided. It is more friendly, and it is the way that all of these new big sewage plants are going. We've already implemented it at the South End plant. Madam Speaker, why we would go back in history, because what was happening really at the political level, Madam Speaker, we want to accuse engineers. At the political level, what was happening is there was a stall because they knew it was going to cost a lot of money, Madam Speaker. And so what happened is, it wasn't until, the end of Mr. Bowman's term, but Mayor Gillingham here, who's at the table today, this council decided we need to go ahead and finish this project. We need to do it because it's about the growth of Winnipeg. It's about not putting all these nutrients into the river. And it's best for the environment, Madam Speaker. And I will point out something else. It's been cited about the marsh being able to handle all of it. Well, Madam Speaker, there is a study that's going on. There has been no absolute specification from the scientists, whether they're engineer scientists or not. The scientists have yet to be able to say whether or not the Netley Marsh, the marsh leading into the Lake Winnipeg, would be able to handle all the nutrients that are going there. And yes, the farmlands, just, and that study, Madam Speaker, that science is still being studied. And I would like to also let the public know that as well, there are Red River Basin initiatives where they're using things like legumes, planting them to take care of the land. And Mr. Duncan, you can...
Councillor Duncan, you can address council during your speaking time. Thank you. Councillor Eady.
Madam Speaker, the Chair of Water, Waste and Environment wants to make sure that it's clear what's going out on in the community, and Mr. Duncan, you can talk to me after about it. Madam Speaker. Yeah, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I just want to conclude that the agricultural community is doing things like keeping nutrients into the land by planting things that actually keep the nutrients in, and so they don't need to use other fertilizer, because when they want to go plant a different crop, the nutrients are already there in the soil, naturally pulled out of it's all naturally there, Madam Speaker. And so I just, to conclude again, the governance structure that's moving ahead, it's in the best interests of the city, and all the checks and balances are there to ensure that we are getting there'll be value engineering happening, Madam Speaker. Actually, there's value engineering happening right now over at that plant right now. They continually monitor, and they're not necessarily going to use the most expensive new thing. What's happened is, this is old technology already, Madam Speaker. There are nutrient removal by biological removal happening in the city already and all across the country. I conclude with just please, I think this governance works and we should all vote for it.
Thank you. Next is Councillor Orlikow, followed by Councillor Berwadi.
Yeah, quite simply, I won't be voting for this. I think this project is one of the most scary projects we have in the city of Winnipeg. We should be focusing on it as council more, and rather than delegating more responsibility out and then handing it to EPC to take care of for us. I would like to see this actually completed the other way, where we'd have a standing committee of council who are completely keeping an eye on this project. It's very complicated. We're putting an old building to a new building with new technology. And yes, we have a lot of people. We also had a blowout on Main Street in Chief Peguis Trail. Again, this is the same blowout we had before when we blew out the interchange. Again, it doesn't matter how many people you have. It's important, which again, just FYI, wasn't scoped into the Class 3 estimate because it's outside the scope of the project. Main pipeline that goes to that interface. And how do I know that? Because I'm on the Finance Committee. So I know this stuff because I'm on the Finance Committee. And we had some hard questions there. So keep it at the Finance Committee. Don't raise the threshold. This project's not a rocket that we need to be speeding along at a merry pace. And council, stop delegating things to the CAO and administration. We are council. We are elected to do our job. This delegation that we continue to do more and more every day, this will also be delegating authority to Kinnison and Chief Peguis. This is what we're doing again. So no, I believe that council has a role. We should be playing a bigger role in these mega projects, not a smaller role. So I won't be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Berwadi.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The majority of the projects that the city has undertaken have gone exceptionally well. Look at Chief Peguis, look at Disraeli, look at Phase 2 of Rapid Transit. On time, on budget, under budget in many cases. Yeah, there have been some projects that have gone famously wrong, and rather than say something that's going to cause a potential lawsuit, I'm not going to bring those potentially up today and make any accusations or, talk about people involved in those at this time. KPMG is an expert at governance. An international firm. They've come and said, hey, nothing has gone sideways yet, but we can take things up another level. We can make things one step better. And that's exactly what we're doing here. And I support Councillor Mays' amendment that, yes, all of council, with 24 hours notice, can request the chief construction officer come forward to council to answer questions. We've been asking the CAO to provide us regular updates. So again, I want more of all of council to be involved. But if there's something material that needs to change on a dime for a very good reason, the previous limits that were there aren't necessarily significant or aren't sufficient to keep the project moving, to have more damages and costs associated due to delays come back on the city. This isn't a regular project. Again, normally any project over $25 million comes to the Standing Policy Committee on Finance. This now is going to have a different structure that's going to be reported every month to EPC. So I think that makes infinite sense. And unfortunately, Councillor Wyde has left the room, but I do want to point out that earmuffs Councillor Duncan for a second here. When it comes to farmers' fields and nutrient loads and stuff like that, throughout the Red River Basin, those nutrients are valuable. There's all sorts of really good things. I've been on farmers' fields throughout North Dakota and Minnesota and seen the way they're taking the runoff so that it isn't going straight into the river. Those are valuable nutrients. They're trying to find ways to capture them so that they can reuse them and get them back on farmers' fields. And I'd like to invite all of my council colleagues, January 13th to 15th, the 43rd Annual Land and Water International Summit Conference is happening here in Winnipeg, the Red River Basin Commission Annual Conference. Wednesday or Thursday night. The dinner MC will not be very funny. It's going to be me. So I encourage you to attend. And again, the conference is not particularly expensive. You can put it through your office budget. I do encourage everybody to attend if that is a file of interest. So anyways, again, I think this is an appropriate model for governance, and I thank everybody who's involved. I know Danny Tooth and folks in the project's office for their work, and this is, I think, the right model for an exceptional project like this one.
Thank you. Any further speakers? Councillor Gilroy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will not be supporting this. As a former chair of this committee and as somebody that really understands the technical issues surrounding this, I think it's really appropriate that the Standing Policy Committee that deals with these issues ongoing, that understands the technical issues, are part of the conversation. And I know that the chair has raised, well, the chair is on EPC, but I think it's really important that the committee, the technical understanding of this goes through the committee process. It does not, I don't feel, it slows things down. It has to go through EPC and onto council anyway, so I do not believe it slows things down, and think it's an important part of reviewing and an important part of making sure that we understand what's going on with such a large and big project. That committee is well-versed on the issues pertaining to the NUPIC more than other members of council, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further speakers? No? Councillor, or Mr. Mayor, to close?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just a couple comments. I'll certainly be supporting this recommendation ultimately through KPMG. This is really enhanced reporting. What we've got is, right now, there are projects that report to Standing Policy Committee on Finance, for example, that are capital projects, and those end, their quarterly reports, first of all, so only a few times a year, and they end at the subcommittee, at the Standing Policy Committee on Finance. What we have here is we have monthly reports now that are going to come forward on this mega project to EPC. Of course, all people can access the agenda. All people can, councillors can have opportunity through various means, whatever that may be, if they have questions to ask. We also have, as Councillor Mays pointed out, a motion I'm glad to second from Councillor Mays that we have access, all council has access to ask questions of our Chief Construction Officer on this project, and of course all councillors can have access to our water waste staff related to this project. And so I think this is enhanced reporting, and I think Councillor Verwadi laid out other reasons why very well, as far as the need for timeliness of authorizations to keep us from delays and costly delays that could be that could result. We need to give good scrutiny. I think we can give good scrutiny through the recommendation and the governance that KPMG has recommended. I do want to just make a couple of comments, because when I have opportunity to speak about the North End plant and some of the reasons why we're here, I'm going to take the opportunity to do so. So I thank all councillors, including Councillor Duncan, through you, Madam Speaker, for his patience as I go on here. I have open before me, because the legislation, the Save Lake Winnipeg Act. And I'm not kidding. I say it half in jest most of the time. I'm not saying it in jest anymore. I encourage all councillors to read the Save Lake Winnipeg Act. If not the whole thing, read section 4.2. There's six items. It talks about the Water Pollution Control Center, the North End Water Pollution Control Center. Why are we building the construction that we're doing? Because the law says we have to. Item number, so I know the councillor from Transcona talks about this regularly. Why are we doing this? With all due respect, Madam Speaker, I encourage him to read it. I would print it off for him. I mean that, and get it to him and highlight the relevant sections. That item 2 says the North End, the nutrient removal must be achieved primarily by biological methods through application of the best available technologies. That phrase, best available technologies, is why we're into this for $3 billion plus. Item number 3, the use of chemical methods to remove nutrients must be minimized. Previous councils have asked the province of Manitoba to consider changing the legislation so that we could use chemical methods. There has been no government, former PC government, current NDP government, that has moved to amend this legislation. So we are here. We are here required to build a North End Water Pollution Control Center that uses biological methods. And so the legislation is clear, the legislation has not been changed, and that is why we are constructing the plant that we are constructing, and that is why the governance being recommended for this project is before us as recommended by external experts. I do want to say this once again, and this is not to discourage anyone, but I agree with Councillor Wyatt's statements yesterday and today. I think the public we have to manage expectations, and so I'll restate on the record. We are going to construct this $3+ billion plant with best available technologies the LJ in Lake Winnipeg will continue to bloom. City of Winnipeg only contributes, it's around, I think it's under 4% now, of the nutrient loading to the lake is because of the North End Water Pollution Control Center. And so safe to say, 95% of nutrient loading to Lake Winnipeg comes from sources other than the City of Winnipeg. Many members of our community don't understand that, don't realize that, but that's the data, that's what science has told us. 95% of nutrient loading to Lake Winnipeg, much of which causes the LJ blooms in Lake Winnipeg, is from sources other than the City of Winnipeg. In 2019, when Councillor Brawadi was the Red River Basin Commission representative of this council, he encouraged us, and we supported him in getting $100,000 into the budget at that time to do a pilot project at the Netley Marsh, to restore the marsh, to act as a filter system so that more nutrients would end up in the marsh and be out of the lake and not enter the lake. That pilot project, it didn't continue beyond its pilot project or whatever the case may be. I don't think it's being done anymore. I will say this as well. As a guy who grew up on a farm, whose family still lives on the farm, I was glad to see the province of Manitoba has had for agriculture producers and for landowners a wetlands restoration grant that is available for people to use as well. I say all that to say it's going to take a combined effort to save Lake Winnipeg. We are doing our part. In big, big ways, we are doing our part. And so our investment in the North End Water Pollution Control Center is done for three main reasons, and I'll end with this. We are doing it, first of all, because the legislation says we're required to do so. Second of all, we're doing it to upgrade our outdated, old, aged infrastructure. And third, of course, and now the most pressing, we're doing it to open up the capacity we need to build our city for the future, both housing properties and business properties as well. And so the governance structure that we need over this substantial project is being recommended to us by KPMG. I will support this, and I ask others to support it as well. Thank you, Madam Speaker. You can call the question. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, all in favor, please rise.
His Worship Mayor Gillingham, Councillors Allard, Brawadi, Chambers, Dobson, Duncan, Durand-Wood, Eadie, Mays, Rollins, Santos, Lukes, and Madam Speaker, Councillor Sharma.
Those opposed, please rise.
Councillors Gilroy, Orlico, and Wyatt.
The vote, Madam Speaker, yeas 13, nays 3.
Okay, item 3 passes. Next item, Mr. Clerk.
Item 4, End Homelessness Winnipeg 2024 to 2025 Annual Report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To introduce the item,
I'll wait to hear from my colleagues. Thank you.
Councillor Wyatt.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I stood this down because this was one of the first initiatives started by the former mayor, Mayor Bowman, to fund this. I think it's $150,000 a year was the time. And I would encourage, I'm grateful to the organization for the work they do. I would encourage, though, that in the future, that the annual reports be a little bit more clear in terms of output and achievements. You really have to read this report to see the amount of units that were actually created to end homelessness. I would hope that we could actually see a clear statement in here in the future stating the amount of units created in this year, given year, compared to the years before. Matter of fact, a tracking of the years would be very useful to say, based on when end homelessness was created, this is how many units were created back in 2015 or 2016. Let's give it an extra year because it just started at the end of 2014. So 2016, this is how many units were created. 2017, this is how many units were created for ending homelessness, and so on, right through to the present day, to show that it was ramping up, to show that there was actual achievable results, the targets were made, targets were set, targets were either achieved or not achieved. it's not very clear here. There is the financial report of what was spent on staff and so on and so forth, but it would be nice to have the level of detail a little bit more in terms of the written statements. We have the audit supplied here of the audit financials, which is great, but at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, the operating costs stand at $3.7 million. So it'd be nice to stand and say, these are what we achieved in these last number of years. You don't see a statement jumping out at me in this report on that. And that would be something I would encourage in the future, just in terms of the fact that there is public money involved with this initiative, which we know is right now extremely chronic and acute in our city. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, to close.
You can call the question, Madam Speaker.
All in favor?
Aye.
Contrary, carried. Item 4 passes. Councillor Wyatt noted in opposition. Next item, Mr. Clerk.
Item 15, subdivision and rezoning of 22 Granite Way, and second and third reading of bylaw 36/2025.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor?
Wait to hear from my colleagues. Thank you on this one.
Councillor Wyatt?
Which item is this?
Councillor Mays? Who stood this down?
Mays.
Item 15?
Oh, it's Wyatt.
Councillor Wyatt.
Yeah. Speak first.
Well, up and running. All right. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm not prepared to vote on this item for reasons which I think I laid out at the council seminar, but that's a closed-door hearing, which is part of why I have concerns. I supported the housing application. I continue to support the housing application. I have found whenever anyone has expressed concerns here, they're accused of being anti-housing. So on the record, I supported the application. My concern is that we're being told by our own in-house legal staff that we can simply ignore the recommendation of the Manitoba Municipal Board to proceed on, as if that has no effect on us. And there's a very technocratic legal wording here that that hinges on a couple of words in the statute. I do not wish to disparage our legal staff. I've had many good conversations with Ms. Renz on many different issues, fourplexes to pension plans and anything else. But I do have concerns when I have before me a decision of the municipal board. We've been told for years, well, we've got to implement what the municipal board says. Now we get here and it's like, well, no, actually we don't have to implement what the municipal board says because of this small technical detail in the way it's written up. To be frank, I would want external legal counsel on that. That has not been provided. So you sit there and you're told two things. You see in the media a letter that's written to EPC from the Granite. I ask for it. I'm told you can't have it because this is still somehow a public hearing. So you can't have that. But what you can have is you can come to this council seminar and get a briefing, and in the room will be people from the Planning Department and the Housing Accelerator Fund. The people who are the applicant, the individuals, aren't actually in the room. And none of this is a criticism of Richard Mahe, who's been terrific to work with for all my years here. But you can't have the City of Winnipeg as applicant ask the City of Winnipeg legal staff if you can ignore a decision of a regulatory body that goes against the city. That's just way too close for comfort. It's a conflict. It's not a fiduciary conflict. It's not somebody's relative who's working, but it is clearly a very different situation than if it was, say, Qualico as applicant, City of Winnipeg, and then the Granite. This is City of Winnipeg as applicant asks City of Winnipeg legal staff, hey, can we just ignore the municipal board? And the staff say, yeah, you can. I haven't always been right on my legal thoughts here, but I certainly haven't always been wrong. And I would want external legal counsel to weigh in on this. We don't have it. I'm not voting for it. It's as simple as that. So no criticism of our in-house legal staff. I do really very much feel, though, there's a conflict here. And for the record, again, I do support the housing application, and I want to thank Councillor Duncan, who tried mightily, I think, to broker some solution on the parking which would have been great if you'd been able to do it. I mean, you look at this decision, which is attached, there's a ton of stuff in here about evidence about the parking. The main issue is the parking, and then to be, you know, in a position with our legal staff saying, well, they can only comment on the bylaw. Well, that's a gamble, let's be honest. And we're saying we got to get this through so the feds can lend U of Winnipeg the money. They're not going to lend money when there's the threat of litigation hanging over this thing. It would be cleaner if there weren't. So I'm not prepared to vote for this today, and I assume this will end up somehow in the courts. But I'll be able to say, you know what? I didn't proceed to ignore the municipal board. So I will recuse myself, and please let me know when we're on to the next item. Thank you.
Recusing, there is no recusal. Okay. Next speaker is Councillor Wyatt, followed by Councillor Rollins.
Recuse myself now? How's this work, this recusing thing? Okay, I guess the question I have, how do you speak and then recuse?
Just to clarify, yeah.
I thought you got to recuse before you speak.
Councillor Wyatt, there is no recusal or being, you know, recusing yourself from a vote. You can vote against or was no recusal. That's right. There's no recusal, as I've said, so if you'd like to take your speaking time, that would be great. Go ahead.
I understand, right, then he's abstaining from the vote or not abstaining, but was just leaving. So it's not a recusal, absent from the vote. Yeah, for sure, 100%.
Sorry, can I ask a matter of clarity? In my time, I've never seen a councillor speak and then say, I'm just going to wait and not vote.
Yeah.
Can we do that?
If the councillor is not present for the vote?
In the old days, they would call it going to the washroom.
Councillor Eady?
In the old days, that's what they would call
You
it.
used to do that, Councillor Wyatt.
No, I didn't actually.
I'd like to make a point of order. In leading up to 2018, I just want to remind Councillor Wyatt and council, we got a legal opinion about a vote that the city was going to do, which was believed to be illegal.
Councillor Eady, why don't you share this during your speaking time?
My point of order is what happened in the past practice, we declared that it would be a conflict to vote on it because it was illegal according to
Councillor Eady, I'll let you
That's my
address
point of
council
order.
during your speaking time. Councillor Mays spoke, Councillor Wyatt, then Councillor Rollins.
Councillor Mays is not in the room, to be fair. He is an attorney at law, I believe, and still registered in the province as one. And if you read their online statement on the website of the Law Society, they do have a higher bar in terms of conflict of interest. And therefore, I can understand why Councillor Mays may have taken the steps he has. However, I won't get into another story about the Manitoba Law Society. It's not related to this. Anyway, the granite, first of all, number one, the hearing is closed. The Manitoba Municipal Board has made their decision. The entity known as the Grand Curling Rink want to speak on the site and we're informed they cannot. I think that was out of order. I was not going to challenge the chair, out of my respect to the chair, but I would say that that is not good in terms of if there's a legal fallout from this, that it can be demonstrated that certain rights or certain opportunities to speak on this to prevent a legal recourse were prevented by the very party that may be seeking that option. Secondly, the municipal board has made a decision. I don't know unless we know, or unless people are, unless, let's say, the city as an organization, the arm of the organization that deals with intergovernmental affairs with the province of Manitoba is aware of changes that may be coming retroactively to the municipal board. or its powers or changes thereof, I don't know how we could be making this decision today to overrule the municipal board. I don't think it's legal. Secondly, but I'm not a lawyer, but I'm sure we'll all sort it out, and we'll pay lots in legal fees to do so. That's the third thing I want to say, Madam Speaker, is that it's funny because I didn't support it at the hearing. I really felt, and I still do, that it's really a question of, you know, it's funny, right across from the Granite Curling Club, there's a big parking lot. It's called Canada Life. They actually have employees that park there. But guess what? They park during the day. They don't park in the evenings. They don't park on the weekends. Guess when the curling happens? In the evenings largely, and on the weekends. A phone call from the Premier or the Mayor to the CEO of Canada Life and say, look guys, we need some parking spots. I think this issue can actually be resolved pretty quickly. It doesn't take much, but it does take a call probably because, you know, those guys over there, they're over, you know, we think we have egos. Wait till you get in the private sector, those guys at the top, right? Well, we don't have any parking spots. We don't want to have any liability of somebody slipping on a parking lot. You know, we can indemnify you for that liability. That's not a big issue, come on. If we can accommodate their parking in the evenings and weekends, I don't think there's an issue here. But the bigger issue, Madam Speaker, that needs to be mentioned here is this, and it's not even being talked about right now. Number one, what I'm hearing from my contacts out east is that everything we did for the HAF and the last tranche of payments we're supposed to receive, the last payment we're supposed to receive has been suspended by the federal government and being redirected through the Build Canada Corporation. In other words, municipal mayors have gone down on this issue in certain jurisdiction. Councillors have lost seats. And we did a massive rezoning for them. And now the new Prime Minister and government have decided to change their mind and not forward the remaining funds. This is what I am getting. They're redirecting it. You could say, well, we're going to get it somehow, and I'm sure they'll argue that. But the other final thing, Madam Speaker, is this is starting to look more and more like the sponsorship scandal in Quebec. Little oversight. Municipalities across the country sole sourcing land. And we've had in this city, since 2000, about 3 or 4 major audits done on us. Fire hall, police headquarters, 2000 audit, saying thou shalt not sole source land. We sole sourced this, Madam Speaker. Now we sole sourced it to a not-for-profit. So we say, well, that's okay. But now what I'm understanding is that that's not-for-profit is not the not-for-profit we thought it was. That they are receiving through what they call their capital stack, their investment arm, equity. Equity is being pieced out to the private sector on this project. That we were not. There's not the type of, and I don't think our staff. I don't think it's corruption. I think it's maybe incompetence, but we're not doing the due diligence we need on the promotes.
Madam Speaker, this is going. Speaking about our staff, Madam Speaker.
I'll retract my statement. And I will say this, though, that the audits we've had on us here specifically, for example, when council, for what, or not council, but when administratively, land had been earmarked to a private entity for the purpose of constructing fire halls, or a land swap was then facilitated for the purpose of constructing fire hall, and that audit came down criticizing arms of the city for doing this. And that we delegated to the CAO authority, yes, to look after this file, but we did not delegate away the requirements and the obligations on the city to do a proper RFP. We did not also, in that clause, if you read it, when it was decided by council to delegate to the CAO, to suspend or specifically say that land can be sole sourced as per this policy or that part with a rationale in place. We did not do that. We delegated authority for the CAO to handle the matter, but we did not suspend in any way, shape, or form audit recommendations that have come down on the city. My concern here, Madam Speaker, is that we have sole sourced to an agency which may, at this point, which will jeopardize, I believe, this project potentially. And if it gets tied up in the courts with this,
Madam Speaker, at what point do we say we're disparaging an agency that isn't here to defend themselves? Like, at what point are we
Councillor
just
I
driving
did
their
not say
names
anything
into the mud?
disparaging about that agency. I did not say anything disparaging.
Let's
Matter
stay
of fact,
on
I'm trying to
point
protect
with
that
the report
agency.
in front of us, please. Thank you.
I am trying to protect that agency by saying this.
Not at all.
By saying, Madam Speaker, I am trying to say that if we were following our rules with regards to land and disposal of land, we would actually be doing this agency a service. I think we've done them a disservice by potentially not following, and I think we haven't, because we did not grant to the CAO the authority to circumvent the rules with regards to disposal of land. Read that clause very clear. And my concern, Madam Speaker, is that we are opening ourselves up for a challenge. I can't support this
Councillor
clause.
Wyatt, you're wrapping up now.
I am wrapping up. I'm saying I can't, for all these reasons, I can't support this clause, and I would wish the matter could be referred back and given greater consideration. I really think it's resolvable. I really do. I think it's a question of just calling the head of County Line and saying, look, we can sit down and find a way to accommodate the parking issue. And the biggest issue here is the parking for them.
Thank
So,
you.
Thank you.
Councillor Rollins, next.
I don't understand what the fuss is about, Madam Speaker, but I do clearly see two things in this report before council. It's a report that we typically get after we get a municipal board decision, and I can see first the City of Winnipeg's legal's recommendation to give second and third reading, and I can see the municipal board's recommendation to give second and third reading. Both are contained on page 4 of the report, and both has the rationale for the report, and taken together with the fact that council should, I believe, as the local councillor, proceed and give those second and third readings, because the municipal board wants us and envisions in their decision to get us to the development permit stage. And so that is what I hope we do today, Madam Speaker. I hope we follow the recommendations of the public service. I hope we continue on, Madam Speaker, and I hope if folks are very interested that they would talk to the Director of Public Works and the Director of Planning and Development who continue to work with the Granite Curling Club. And how do I know, Madam Speaker? Because I'm the local councillor, and it wasn't so many weeks ago, Madam Speaker, that I saw very positive discussions. Why? Because I was there at the Canadian Curling Championships along with Mr. Mayor. We had delightful conversations with the general manager and the board and everyone who was witness to that, including a whole nation's worth of curling champs from across Canada, saw the mayor and I have positive interactions with the board, saw board member Christian look directly into the eyes of the mayor and say, we can work things out, Madam Speaker. Not soon after that, there has been reports in local news about that positive interaction. And so let's proceed, Madam Speaker. Time is of the essence for affordable housing. We know that. And I really am grateful for all the parties. Conflict happens, Madam Speaker, but both things can be true. We can proceed with confidence in our legal advice, in the advice that we've received from the municipal board today. Both things will be true. We will continue to have positive interactions with the Granite. We have a very long and multifaceted relationship with the Granite, and we are so lucky that we have the volunteers that came out in full force, including the board members, Madam Speaker, who, by the way, sometimes took work time off to have the successful Canadian event that they had at the Granite. I'd like to proceed today. If Madam Speaker, you're asking the local councillor, I want it unequivocal that I'm supportive of the recommendations that council gives second and third reading to the bylaw today, and that we lean into the second part of the recommendations, that the proper officers of the city do all things necessary to implement the intent of foregoing. And in this case, Madam Speaker, we know that is the very competent Jim Berezowski, and Hazel Boris. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Next speaker, if any, Councillor Duncan.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Hesitant to follow up the area councillor there because she nailed it on point. But just for my council colleagues, through you, Madam Speaker, if you read the report, it's very clear that the legal services opinion is that the parking piece falls outside of the respect of the proposed bylaws, which the municipal board has jurisdiction to rule on. Just the respect to the proposed bylaws, not parking. However, we have a great middle ground here, is that the Granite Curling Club is month to month on their lease. So we're going to put together a new lease with the Granite Curling Club, and guess what? It's going to include parking to meet the satisfaction. And here, double down, council colleagues, we get to approve that lease. So if we don't like the parking because it affects the Granite Curling Club's sustainability, then guess what, council colleagues, through you, Madam Speaker? We don't have to approve it. So let's vote on this and get this project built and make sure that the Granite Curling Club is sustainable for years and generations to come.
Thank you, Councillor Duncan. Councillor Orlikow.
So I was voting against this until Councillor Duncan told me that we haven't delegated the lease off to the CAO. So I can come back and say, yeah, we got a good lease there and they get 2 parking spots. That would upset me quite a bit. But Councillor Duncan, to his, and again, he's done it in the past and I really appreciate it. We're not delegating the lease to the CAO, so I can support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, to close.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the comments of the area councillor, Councillor Rollins, Councillor Duncan, and just to kind of reinforce what Councillor Orlikow just said. Yes, just to remind everybody, at our December 9th Executive Policy Committee meeting, there was this matter, and then the very next matter on the agenda there is a motion that came forward, I put forward with the support of EPC. I'll just read the 2 resolutions. That public service be directed to negotiate and work with the Granite Curling Club on terms and conditions of a new lease agreement that expands the leased area to include new parking stalls and enables paid parking on site. Second of all, therefore be also resolved that the public service report back to the Standing Committee on Property and Development with the terms and conditions of the new lease agreement upon successful conclusion of the negotiation. So we are very much going to address 2 things. The new lease. The lease right now is expired and has been expired for several years. We want a new lease with the Granite Curling Club. I appreciate the work that they are doing as the tenant on that site. We want a new lease with the Granite Curling Club, and the terms and conditions will be brought back to the Standing Policy Committee, and we will address in that lease the concerns related to parking, so that is clear. As far as back to this report that is before us today, what we do have is on page 6, I'll just draw everyone's attention to page 6, the rationale, the reasons that our public service is making the recommendations that they are. 3 reasons there. Specifically that they're offering. I won't read them, but in conclusion, the public service recommends that council give the bylaw 2nd and 3rd reading without the amendment, and so that is what I call and ask everyone to support today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. With that, I'll call the question on item 15. There's call for recorded vote. All in favor, please rise.
His Worship, Mayor Gillingham, councillors Allard, Brawadi, Chambers, Dobson, Duncan, Durand-Wood, Eadie, Gilroy, Orlikow, Rollins, Santos, and Madam Speaker, Councillor Sharma.
Any opposed, please rise.
Councillor Wyatt.
Madam Speaker, just to clarify the vote from Councillor Lukes on this item, if the councillor could clarify.
Affirmative, yes. Okay.
The vote, Madam Speaker, yeas 14, nays 1.
Okay. Item 15 passes. Mr. Clerk, next item.
Item 16, Managed Encampment Pilot Site.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, item 16.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. This is we're voting on an extension of time here today, but I believe I'm assuming one of my colleagues has comments.
This was stood down by you, Councillor Wyatt, was it?
Which one was this now?
Item 16, the managed encampment site.
Yes, I did stand that down.
Madam Speaker, just to be clear, it is an extension of time. So is he speaking to the extension, is my colleague speaking to the extension of time, or does he want me to call the question? Because I can call the question, Madam Speaker.
Okay, Councillor Wyatt.
Under the extension of time, it says that the report back in 120 days on the following. And the part that really is crucial in my mind on the 120 days is number C, letter C, I should say. And that is, engagement with the province to explore provincial participation in the pilot, but not limited to funding and delivering wraparound supports, on-site outreach staff focused on connecting individuals to income supports, addictions treatment, mental health services, and housing. A coordinated triage system to transition individuals from encampments into appropriate shelter or housing options. This is all tied to the 120 days. Absolutely crucial. Absolutely crucial. So I just want to put this comments on the record that this is something that I'll be watching for when it comes back in 120 days. I spoke about this before. I want to thank Councillor Gilroy for all her work on this issue. And it's something which is so important, Madam Speaker. This is really the heart of it here if we're going to solve this problem permanently in our city.
Okay,
Otherwise,
you.
it will be a perpetual issue, Madam Speaker. It'll be coming back over and over again every time that we have these encampments form in the spring again. If we do not get to the heart of building, providing, and going on the ground where those folks are, not from offices, not from offices in the shared health organization or what have you, but being out there with the people and finding out what they need, who they are, what their challenges are, and what can be done to house and to support them. And when they're ready, to have the treatment available when they're ready. That's the greatest challenge, Madam Speaker. But in the interim, at least house them so that we don't treat them worse than we treat feral cats. We do a better job housing feral cats in Winnipeg than we do our fellow human beings. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Any further speakers? Mr. Mayor? All
Call
in
the question, Madam
favor?
Speaker. Aye.
Contrary? Carried. Councillor Duncan, noted in opposition.
And I'm in opposition too.
Okay. Okay, noted. Mr. Clerk?
Item 17, Green Space Investment Reserve.
Mr. Mayor?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm not sure who stood this one down. The reason I supported receiving this information is because we do have a green space and natural corridors master plan that is being developed right now, and which identifies targets for canopy cover, corridor restoration, community access, and I'd really like to wait until that plan, that policy, which presumably would come with an action and implementation plan. I'd like to have that before we move with this. We'd move ahead with anything like a reserve.
Thank you. Councillor Wyatt?
Well, I stood it down because to the mayor's point, there's a green space master plan underway. And, the motion that was moved back in November at council by Councillor Gilroy, Councillor Rollins, is keeping with that. But the whole idea, the biggest challenge, and I want to thank the councillors for that motion, because I've been in discussion with the staff who are working on the green space master plan. And one of the greatest things that they're really having difficulty with, or challenging with, it's very easy to do, from an environmental point of view, an analysis of all of the spaces in Winnipeg that should be preserved in terms of its natural flora and fauna. It's not a question of the what so much. It's a question of the how. How do we do this? And in a city that has lived through now 30, 40 years of self-imposed austerity, I call it, on keeping taxes down and flattening the organization and all these other cuts that have been made to the organization, both into our departments, staff levels, so on and so forth. We say we are very supportive, respectful of staff. Sometimes I wonder when we've cut them to the bone in so many of the departments, including planning and including our Parks and Rec department, which we don't have anymore because that got wiped out in 95. They're having a hard time dream. I guess the question is this, they're having a hard time dream. And if you can't dream, you can't vision. And if you can't vision, you can't think of a better tomorrow or a new city or what Winnipeg's going to look like in the next 100 years. And I guess I cite the example that I like to give from time to time, which is the Assiniboine Park and the Assiniboine Park Forest, that in 1905, when the Winnipeg City Council of the day voted to create Assiniboine Park and Assiniboine Forest, the following general election, everybody except one councillor was defeated, thrown out of office. What are you guys doing creating Assiniboine Park and Assiniboine Forest in the middle of nowhere kind of thing? And what are you doing saving that scrub bush for? Now, could you imagine Winnipeg today, Madam Speaker, without Assiniboine Park? Could you imagine Winnipeg today without Assiniboine Forest? But yet the same challenge remains. They're struggling, our staff are struggling with how do we fund this land acquisition. We ran into the same challenge if I were buying the council chamber with regards to the Lemay Forest debate. How do we assemble that land? Who's going to pay for it? Well, at the end of the day, the province saved us by expropriating it. But, you know, the challenge remains, Madam Speaker. If we want to, and we've done this as a council, we've signed on to the Montreal Accord for Biodiversity. Wonderful, wonderful. Great statements. We're now joined all these other municipalities. But how are we funding it? How are we creating it? What mechanisms are we putting in place to actually make it happen? And until we put those mechanisms in place and make the decision, no different than Mayor Bowman made the decision for a 0.5% increase of the property tax to finance the debt related to rapid transit. Until we make that type of decision, or something similar to it, to fund the acquisition of land that we deem as important, as identified in an $800,000 green space master plan that we're doing now. I hope we didn't spend $800,000, Madam Speaker, just for a academic exercise. Because if that plan does not state clearly how we're going to do it, not just the what, but the how, then clearly it was an academic exercise that we just wasted $800,000 of taxpayers' money for a study. And I hope that's not the case. And that's why I stood this item down, because I think these councillors are on the right track, thinking about how do we do this? How do we pay for this sort of thing? And I want to thank them for it and hope that this work can continue. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, to close.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My close, I'll just simply say, related to this, as I mentioned a moment ago, we do have the Green Space Plan and Biodiversity Policy that's in draft right now. Again, I want to thank, through you, Madam Speaker, Councillor Rollins for her leadership on this years ago to get us into this process. Right now, just to remind everybody, we are working in partnership with Métis, Inuit, and First Nations partners to develop this policy. And so a very, very important work that's happening. Look forward to hearing that report. It's available on our website. We're through phase 1, we're into phase 2, and people can follow along. Thank you. You can call the question on this, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Calling the question on item 17. All in favor?
Aye.
Contrary? Carried. Mr. Clerk, item 18.
Item 18, Financial Assistance Program for Small Businesses in Areas Undergoing Major Work.
Councillor Rollins or Mays? Councillor Mays, did you stand that down?
Oh.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, to introduce.
You can call the question, Madam Speaker? Okay. I think we'll wait to hear from our colleagues. Thank you.
Councillor Mays, followed by Councillor Rollins.
Thank you. I was a bit surprised the EPC simply received this as information. A lot of work done by Councillor Rollins here to draft this. Certainly copies what some other cities have done or tries to build on what other cities have done. My interest in this certainly came out of St. Anne's Road construction this past summer. Some small businesses there affected by that work. They were appreciative of the work, the crosswalks, the sidewalks, the road repaving, but certainly faced dislocation and loss of revenue. So my thanks to Councillor Rollins for drafting this. perhaps we can bring it back again at some point. But I did want to register my disappointment that it was simply received as information. For once, I got Lauren Remillard agreeing with me on something, and there it goes. You know, can't get it past EPC. But in any event, hopefully this can be reworked or refashioned in some sense by Councillor Rowlands, and we can move forward with it. It is a good study, I think, to see what we can do. And we are, as Remillard said, we're collecting 63, 64 million in small, in business tax revenue, and maybe we could work within that to see what we can do on something along these lines. It is a good small business thing. I've been pleasantly surprised by the positive feedback from the Old St. Vital biz on this. So my thanks to Councillor Rowlands, and I'll be voting against receiving it as information.
Thank you, Councillor Rowlands, followed by Councillor Lukes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I agree, of course, it's a good motion. I've been watching the Montreal example go forward and thinking about Winnipeg, our growth, and as the councillor for several business zones, the Downtown Biz, Gordon Biz, West Broadway Biz, South Osborne Biz, Osborne Village Biz, West Broadway Biz, you know, they are very interested in, you know, the motion. I heard from St. Vital Biz that they're also interested in the motion. And of course, we have a great letter from Lauren Remillard, who, by the way, Madam Speaker, presents a plea to Executive Policy Committee to say, really reconsider receiving it as information and at least allow the public service to draft the program and assess its implications and potential impacts. And Madam Speaker, in the new year, I will of course reach out to the mayor and ask if we can look at something a little different along those lines. The motion as it stands now, I think, has, you know, really a budget referral to the multi-year budget with recommendations and program implementation and funding options that are assumed are done before 2027, which leaves 2026, which is why I think this is appropriate timing to accept the motion. But the other part that doesn't require any money is the part where Executive Policy Committee votes on what constitutes major infrastructure, and that holds meaning for businesses, Madam Speaker, who are impacted by major infrastructure projects. Councillor Meza and I and St. Vital, South Osborne Biz just had the major St. Vital Bridge project for over 3 years. There were impacts, Madam Speaker. Of course, what a beautiful piece of infrastructure. Of course, there were moments where Councillor Meza and I had discussions saying, I think we've appropriated all the bridge infrastructure money in the city. Of course, that is small comfort when you're a business following the pandemic that just is trying to keep afloat, Madam Speaker, and then you're hit with a major infrastructure project. Montreal's example, Madam Speaker, is that it really works. These are small, meaningful grants sometimes that just go out to the businesses in and around a major construction project that are meaningful, that say, we stand with you, business. When we are concerned at this council, and I know members around council are concerned about tariffs, about trade, and the impacts on local business, we have to think about the small, little things we can be doing for business. And affordability is one, for sure. Making sure their bills, there's a line of sight for them, absolutely. And so very happy that yesterday's budget, you know, make sure that utilities are inside budget overall and that there's a line of sight for businesses. But programs design like this is really exciting for the community, and that does pay some bills around here. So that's why I'll keep going. I have been talking about this for years. Montreal shined a light, I believe, on policy that works. I think we can adapt it for our own use, Madam Speaker. I want to do that. I appreciate that sometimes, you know, a no you have, a yes you can get. So I'll be looking again for a yes in the new year, Madam Speaker. I'll be looking, you know what else, Madam Speaker? I'd be very happy if mayoral candidates wanted to take this and run with it in, you know, in the next election. It's a solid motion for that reason, I believe. But I appreciate Lauren Remillard taking the time, seeking out a compromise, and Madam Speaker, today I would encourage us all even to think on the fly here about what could get it across the line today. Failing that, I will be in opposition to just receiving it as information. I want it, I think, you know, and I'll be committed to breathing new life into this motion in whole or in part, collaboratively, of course, with the mayor, to make sure that, you know, we can generate some excitement and we can really shine a light on policy that works for Winnipeg, that works for Winnipeg businesses. And Madam Speaker, thank you very much for the time.
Thank you. There's a few more speakers. Is it the will of council to recess now or in?
Can we finish the item, Madam Speaker?
I think we'll have one more speaker and then we have to break. Councillor Lukes?
Sure, thank you very much. So yes, we did receive that information at the Public Works Committee, or at EPC. This coming, well, the next 3 years, we have an awful lot of work that's occurring in the downtown. The Public Works Department, we're forming a task force to improve even greater on the communication that we're doing with businesses. A lot of the construction work that's happening in the next 3 years is going to be in the downtown and will impact businesses. I see Montreal's, I understand their program, at least 6 months to 36 months. I know Lauren has provided an option of where the funding could come from. I just personally am, and as a former small business owner who had Sherbrooke Street closed for the entire season when I had just opened across from the Health Science Center, I understand the impacts, but I just really have a hard time when I look at page 101 in the budget book and where we've replaced the zipper with the dropping bar charts. I just don't know where the funding would come from. I mean, I'm open to discussions further on this. I think if we do tenfold better time of communication to businesses, it's clearly it's not going to financially benefit them to have better communication. Well, I shouldn't say that. It would. They can communicate to their residents or to their business folks, but I just don't think the city is in a position to actually deliver on $40,000 up to $5,000, whatever, per business. So that's one of the reasons I didn't support it.
Thank you. Councillor Eady?
I'll try to be brief, Madam Speaker. I am voting in favor. It is being put, but Madam Speaker, can't remember if I moved the motion in, I think goes back to my first term, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, there's been a discussion as to why business tax, right, Madam Speaker? And what is a business getting? They're paying business tax, and then if they're leasing a space, they're really compensating the property owner for the property taxes that they pay. And so you have this sort of extra tax that apparently all the other cities in Canada have gotten rid of. It exists here in Winnipeg. So the concept was, when you get streets like Selkirk Avenue, where you want to talk about difficulty in doing business, like, it's very difficult, and there are other business improvement zones that have the similar kind of difficulty. And when they went to renew the Selkirk Avenue street, it was a reconstruction. Their closure was for quite a period of time. There is a back lane that customers could use, but Madam Speaker, people don't feel safe in some back lanes in this city and customers. And there were some businesses that was the final nail in the coffin. They went under, and it was a difficulty. So when you have a period where you have a reconstruction, it takes a long time. So the closure, it's not like doing a quick mill and fill down the street. It's over in a couple of weeks. It's done or whatever. This related to difficult things. But the concept is, if there is going to be a business tax, why wouldn't we use this to assist small business who are just trying to survive, where they don't actually have a parking lot that you can drive in off the back lane? And some of the businesses on Selkirk Avenue did fine because they had their own parking lot, which could be entered in off the back lane and therefore had no effect really on the customers. So there's various conditions that can happen. More recently even, we're doing a water main renewal project on Jarvis as an example of where a business would need assistance. So the water is shut off, and oddly enough, a really good business over on Dufferin Avenue, once the water main was shut off, the sprinkler system in the building wouldn't work. And it just so happened that the fire department showed up, and while you need to have a sprinkler system in place, and what the alternative was a 24/7 monitoring of the business. With the project, I'm giving an example of what you could use money for.
Trudy, let's
I
stay on
welcome
point.
Councillor Rowland's perspective, and I sit and I will vote for receiving it as information. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I'll call the vote.
I just, thank you. So a couple quick comments. Further to what Councillor Luke said, I think one of the things we certainly need to do, better communication, better coordination of projects impacting, well, any land owner, certainly business owners as well. We need to make sure that we're compressing the time of construction. And so I think that happens through coordination of departments in their work, and better communication for sure. Second of all, looking forward, to hearing from Councillor Rollins in the new year then. Be glad to hear from her and work with her on this. And I will be supporting it to receive it as information, this item, and then work with the councillor in the new year. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll call the question. There's a call for a recorded vote. All in favor, please rise.
His Worship, Mayor Gillingham, Councillors Allard, Brawadi, Chambers, Duncan, Eadie, Orlico, Santos, Lukes, and Madam Speaker, Councillor Sharma.
Those opposed, please rise.
Councillors Dobson, Durand-Wood, Gilroy, Mays, Rollins, and Wyatt.
The vote, Madam Speaker, yeas 10, nays 6.
Okay. The item passes. We'll now recess and reconvene at 1:30. Thank you. Good afternoon. I'd like to reconvene our council meeting of December 18th, 2025. We are on item 19, Mr. Clerk. Yeah, thank you.
Item 19, Green Municipal Fund Application Endorsement, Winnipeg Children's Access Agency.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, to introduce the item.
Yes, I'm not sure which of my colleagues stood this down, but this is responding to a request to provide a letter of support regarding accessing some Federation of Canadian Municipality Green Municipal Fund funds. And so that is for the Winnipeg Children's Access Agency. And so I'm certainly glad to support this request. Perhaps I'll wait to hear from other colleagues.
Thank you. Councillor Wyatt.
I just stood it down because I thought it was a very worthy request, and I'd like to be able to say that and vote for it. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, to close.
I echo the councillor. You can call the question.
Calling the question on item 19. All in favor?
Aye.
Contrary, carried. Mr. Clerk.
Item 20, implementation of audit recommendations report, 2025, quarter 3.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, to introduce the item.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The report from our auditor, Mr. Eggert, is here before us. There, as you can see in the history and discussion section of the report, all the recommendations from the various audits that have been conducted, the status of their implementation are all outlined there. We appreciate getting these regular reports and the work that the auditor's team does to make sure that as we audit, as recommendations come forward, that departments are implementing the respective recommendations.
Thank you. Councillor Wyatt?
I stood this down so that the mayor could be able to say that. And I think it's worthy of saying. So, yes.
Thank you. Wonderful. You have a crystal ball today. Mr. Mayor?
Thank you. Call the question, Madam Speaker.
All in favor?
Aye.
Contrary? Carried. Mr. Clerk?
Item 21, audit plan 2026 to 2027.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor?
I'll wait to hear from my colleagues on this one. Thank you.
On that note, I stood this down actually. I would only suggest, and I'd be very careful to say, though she's not in her chair right now, so I got to be very careful what I say about city staff. So I would say this, that the only other ones that I would recommend going forward that are not in the audit plan, though it is touched on slightly in the plan, and that is to do with collection affairs, is parking authority. I think it's one that we should look at going forward in terms of its operations. And I won't elaborate. I would prefer to do that maybe in an in-camera session pertaining to HR, but nonetheless, it would be one that I would encourage EPC to consider going forward.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, to close?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would encourage all of us just to take a look at the 2026-27 audit plan and then the 24-25 project status. It's important for us to, we have so many files and documents that we all deal with. I know it can be easy to forget, but there are some really good areas of focus that our audit team is going to look at. I just note one as I conclude. You know, in 24-25 project status, they were talking about the continuous improvement lean initiative. They are supporting our staff under our new CAO, who's really going to pursue that. And so we talked about it yesterday in our budget. Again, looking for improvements within our processes across departments, I think is one very important initiative that we really believe ultimately is going to produce results for the people of this city. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor, that was the close, actually. So I'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Contrary? Carried. So, Mr. Mayor, the bylaws, please.
Certainly. Just give me one moment, please. I believe we are here on bylaw number 112, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, then I would move that bylaw number 112, 2025 be read a second time.
All in favor?
Aye.
Contrary? Carried.
Bylaw number 112 of 2025.
I move that bylaw number 112, 2025 be read a third time in order to be signed and sealed.
All in favor?
Aye.
Contrary? Carried.
I move that Rules 10/1 and 10(2) of the procedure bylaw be suspended.
All in favor?
Aye.
Contrary? Carried.
I move that bylaws number 36, 2025 be read a second time.
All in favor? Aye. Contrary? Carried.
Bylaw number 36 of 2025.
Madam Speaker, I move that bylaw number 36, 2025 be read a third time in order to be signed and sealed.
All in favor?
Aye.
Contrary? Carried.
I move now that bylaw number 114, 2025 be read a first time.
All in favor?
Aye.
Contrary? Carried.
Bylaw number 114 of 2025.
I move the bylaw, I'm sorry, I didn't wait for you, Madam Speaker.
Go
Okay,
ahead.
good, sorry. I move that bylaw number 114, 2025 be read a second time.
All in favor?
Aye.
Contrary, carried.
Bylaw number 114 of 2025.
I move then, Madam Speaker, the Rule 50/2, however I read that, but anyways, 50(2) of the procedure bylaw number 50, 2007 be suspended, and that bylaw number 114, 2025 be read a third time, and that the same be passed in order to be signed and sealed.
Favor?
Aye.
Contrary, carried. Mr. Mayor, we'll go back to the 36 of 2025.
Yeah.
And let's just say the word passed, because it wasn't reflected in that one.
Okay,
36 of 2025.
let me restate that then. Thank you. I move that bylaw number 36 of 2025 be read a third time, and that in order to be signed and sealed, order to be passed and signed and sealed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All in favor?
Aye.
Contrary, that's carried. Okay, we're now going to go into motions. There is motion 1. We're going to rescind that. Okay, it's moved by Councillor Orlikow, seconded by myself regarding the police board. He's not currently here in the chamber, so we'll rescind that one with the concurrence of myself, the seconder. All in favor?
Aye.
Contrary, carried. We'll replace it with motion 7, moved by Councillor Rollins, seconded by myself, and it would be appointing Councillor Mays to the Winnipeg Police Board as per consultation with all of council. All in favor?
Aye.
Yes, it's a
Right.
notice of motion.
Criteria,
So Councillor Rollins
suspension of the rule.
moves
Madam Speaker.
suspension of the rules to deal with the item today. All in favor?
Aye.
Contrary, carried. And then the vote on the motion itself to appoint Councillor Mays. All in favor?
Aye. Great choice.
Contrary, carried. Okay, we're now have motion 2. Moved by Councillor Dodson, seconded by Councillor Mays. It's a notice of motion, and it's regarding running tracks. It'll appear on next month's council agenda. We have motion 6, notice of motion, moved by Councillor Wyatt, seconded by Councillor Orlikow. And this is regarding travel to the United States. That will be on next month's council agenda.
And NASCO.
We'll now move into question period for the mayor. Any questions? Councillor Wyatt?
It's coming up on the agenda, and maybe to try to be more productive in terms of trying to understand the rationale. I was not there for the discussion pertaining to the matter pertaining to private tree protection bylaw and public consultation. EPC moved to be received as information, but the standing committee moved that on December 2nd, the standing committee moved that the Winnipeg Public Service be directed to initiate public consultations on a bylaw to regulate private trees that the city currently has authority to regulate as per the city charter, and the creation of a private tree bylaw. EPC moved to receive it as information. Could you clarify the process as the mayor sees it, or how this will unfold, or if it will unfold?
Through you, Madam Speaker, first of all, yeah, we are coming up to that item, so
Yeah.
we can speak more to it there. But if memory serves me correct, part of the challenge was that there was a measure of ambiguity as far as what we do govern and what we don't govern at this point. So to go out and consult and start public consultations, the question is, well, what are we consulting on? If we don't have a bylaw established and we don't know the degree to which the definition of the authority we do have, a couple things. There's not clarity as to what we're consulting on. There's not clarity as to the city's authority. And thirdly, in my mind, to do so, to go to the public, that would be, it'd be very difficult to be clear and manage expectations of the public. And so that was the rationale to receive his info at this point, to my recollection. Thank you.
Okay.
So,
Thank you. Second question?
I understand, if I recall right, it goes back to, this comes back to a motion moved out of property and development, I thought originally at one point, pertaining to preservation of trees on private property. Is it This has been with the public service for some time. And now we're just hearing now that we're not sure about what we're going to go to the public on. But I know other jurisdictions, has a cross-jurisdictional scan been provided by the public service to EPC or the mayor that would assist us and guide us in terms of something like this, a cross-jurisdictional scan with regards to such rules elsewhere?
Thank you. Mr. Mayor?
Thank the councillor for his question. Perhaps that could be that a cross-jurisdictional scan could assist the city, but specific to that, again, which is that matter, the agenda item that is upcoming in community services, again, we just believed it was premature at this time to conduct that, not knowing exactly what we'd be consulting on. But as per a cross-jurisdictional scan, I mean, that would be perhaps the purview of anyone around this chamber to bring something like that forward.
Thank you. Final question?
So is it safe to say that if we endorse or support the motion coming from EPC, that the matter, for all intents and purposes, pertaining to the effort for private property regulation of removal of trees on private property, that the matter was being filed in terms of any other activity on the matter? The way I read it, that's the case. The whole matter is being closed. Is that fair to say?
The answer would be yes, with respect to what was specific in the motion that is coming forward under item number 6 of the community services. And the motion that we're going to be dealing with later is that the public service be directed to initiate public consultations on a bylaw to regulate private trees. We don't have certainty or clarity as to what we would be regulating, so that is why we moved to receive it as information at the Executive Policy Committee. So specific, we received as information the call to initiate public consultations.
Thank you. Next set of questions, Councillor Gilroy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On the same topic, is the mayor aware that we actually do have, under our jurisdiction, under our own current bylaws, the ability to, on private property adjacent to Boulevard, we do have some provisions that gives us the authority to manage private property trees. So this is where this is stemming from. So we do not, under some regulations, we do have to go to the province, but we do have jurisdiction under some of the private trees, and that is what we're referring to, Madam Speaker, what we have jurisdiction over, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I want to thank the councillor for her question. We did have the department who spoke to us, the director, Mr. Berezowski, spoke to us at Executive Policy Committee. And from the questions we asked him, my understanding of his response is that the city does not a clear understanding of what private property we have authority to regulate under the charter. We would really need clarity, certainty. Our department would have to have that before we proceed with anything.
Thank you. Second question.
Madam Speaker, I would, the question to the mayor would you be willing to talk to Martha Borwinski, who spoke very proficiently on this matter, who has clear understanding where we do have some guidelines in terms of private property, and we are currently doing work on private property for Dutch elm disease, so there is some clear distinctive rules on that and where we stand, and we've already been doing this work. So would the mayor commit to talking to maybe the arborist that has maybe some more knowledge than maybe just the director of public works?
Thank you. Mr. Mayor?
I think it's, I appreciate the intent of my colleague's question. I wouldn't want at this time to unintentionally pit the director against the arborist. I think that perhaps, you know, if we've got two folks who are both professionals saying perhaps slightly different things, then I think we should, first of all, not proceed with a call for public consultations when there's a lack of clarity within the city right now. Again, we would need, I think, as council, certainty on what we govern and what we don't govern under the charter before anything proceeds.
Thank you. Final questions?
All questions. So with the mayor, because we know that when things go to the province for charter changes, we know that those never come back, that it's kind of a current practice with the province. So is the mayor saying that we're not going to actually do anything regarding a bylaw if nothing comes back from the province with a charter change? And or is he willing to look at this further?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Well, as we are governed by the charter, then we would have to make sure when it comes to trees that we would not put anything forward that is outside of the charter, that would put us in contravention of the charter related to trees. So first of all, I think we need to have a clear understanding of the charter's rules that govern the city related to trees on private property. I think that is the starting point. If then subsequent to that, there is a call by council to ask for an amendment of the charter by the province of Manitoba, then we could deal with that request in its appropriate steps.
Thank you. Councillor Mays, questions for the mayor?
Thank you. With thanks to Councillor Chambers for a very long run as chair of the police board, we now have a civilian chairing the police board for the first time, I think, since 2018. Could your office undertake to get all councillors' contact information, phone number and email perhaps, for the new chair? We've always been able to reach yourself as chair, Councillor Brawadi, Councillor Klein, Councillor Chambers certainly has, but it's not unprecedented. We had Mr. Asper chairing for a while, so yeah, if we can just get contact information, please.
Through you, Madam Speaker. Certainly, I mean, the first point, yes, the first point of contact would be obviously Mr. Jeffrey Wiggett at the Winnipeg Police Board. And I want to take this opportunity, first of all, to say thank you sincerely to Councillor Chambers for all his years of serving as our chair of the police board, doing such an effective job over a lot of challenging environment through his time as police board chair. So thank you very much, through you, Madam Speaker, to Councillor Chambers once again for his service to our community. I want to thank Colleen Mayer for her willingness to step in. She's served on the board for some time now, was vice chair for a long time. And so I'll reach out to her to see if she's fine with us, passing on her contact information. We'll want to thank you for stepping into this role. Certainly thank Councillor Duncan for his willingness not only to serve on the board, but to serve as vice chair, and now Councillor Mays. Congratulations, and thank you again on behalf of all of us for your willingness to step back onto the board.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions for the mayor? Okay, let's move on to the Standing Policy Committee on Water and Waste in the Environment. Councillor Eady, the report.
Oh, sorry. Whoops.
It's the report dated December 1st.
Yes, I would like to move the report of the Water, Waste and Environment, December 1st, 2025, and move consent agenda items 1 and 2.
Okay, 2's been pulled. In-house composting. 1, biosolids treatment capacity for the city of Winnipeg. Okay, they're both been pulled. Mr. Clerk.
Item 1, biosolids treatment capacity for the City of Winnipeg 2025 update.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just a quick introduction. The capacity report we have received this year, there are some, they measured the risk for different factors that may happen. One of the concerns right now is that we could end up with only capacity to 2029, and we know, well, according to license, the whole plant is to be completed by 2030. However, projections look like it won't be till 2032. The Water Waste Department is working on a number of initiatives to ensure that we can have capacity that lasts that long. It cites in there in the report how much, well, we're receiving from other municipalities where we have agreements for processing wastewater, as well as receiving sludge from East St. Paul. The capacity sludge related to there goes into the biosolids, existing old tanks that we have. And, but it's my understanding right now that East St. Paul is actually limited in their capacity, so therefore we shouldn't expect any more extra sludge coming from them. So there's a whole bunch of details in there, and that's the introduction. I'll wait to hear from my colleagues.
Thank you. Any further speakers? Councillor Wyatt?
No, I guess this is the part of the plant. It refers to the construction project in the report, the North End Water Pollution Control Project 2 biosolids facility digesters. If the North End Water Pollution Control Project 2 biosolids facility digesters are completed, but the Project 3 nutrient removal is not, it is estimated capacity of the new digesters will be reached by 2032. Not so much worried about the capacity, more if, and also the uncertainty on the second part. This is the part of the project for members of the council who wish to recall that 2 years ago, this project was estimated approximately $600 million, I think a bit less. It is now ballooned up to $1 billion. Part of the work underway. This was originally part of a plant, which when I arrived here in 2002, we were spreading biosolids on farm fields in the arm of McDonald. But I know this is progress, $1 billion of ratepayers' money. I just want to stand it down to express my concern about the ifs stated in the report and the uncertainty that that creates and the opening it creates for the public service.
The
to say,
question,
well,
please.
it's not a question.
Right.
Thank you. I'm making a speech. That ifs raise the opportunity to now be able to refer to in a future report. Well, Councillors Page, you were informed on biosolids treatment capacity for City of Winnipeg 2025 update, page 1. We did point it out that there could be a possibility that the plants are not going to be on time, on budget. It was referred to. I'm just pointing that out because I've seen this show before. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Mays?
I am pleased to see Councillor Eadie is as animated and excited about this item as I was in my period as chair. It's an annual report. It does increase the ante, the importance of getting the biosolids work done, because instead of having until 2030, we're now saying, we might only have till 2029. This was, I think it's still Michelle, the irreplaceable Michelle Petkow doing these estimates for us over in Water and Waste. It does add to the urgency that you see in the other report saying we have to get phase 3 done by 2032. So the good news is we have, I don't think it's officially announced yet, but we appear to have the three-way funding in place on this with the province and the feds, subject to all the complexity about eligible costs and ineligible costs, but roughly a three-way split as I understand it. So pleased to see this moving forward, and hopefully this adds to the urgency in the provincial and federal eyes of getting going on Project 3 as well.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, back to you for close.
I think.
Councillor Eadie, pardon me. Councillor Eadie?
Yeah. Associated with that, Mr. Mayor. Yes, Madam Speaker. Just in closing, Councillor Mays is correct about, there's still the nitty-gritty to deal with, but it's pretty well one-third on the biosolids project number 2, Madam Speaker. However, Madam Speaker, just to be clear, first of all, when the new headworks, and there's an ancillary thing happening in that there is a clarifier that should be coming on, a new one coming online, Madam Speaker, When the headworks is fully, I think it's estimated to be commissioned in the summer of '26. But also, there's a lot of grit and stuff that ends up in it, and there's better screening and stuff that's being implemented through the new headworks and other things. So it is expected that that will, contribute to lengthening the capacity. With the clarifier working, will also help with the capacity in the old biosolids while the new biosolids facility is being built. And just to be clear, so the design that is funded for the biosolids, Madam Speaker, it's designed to handle sludge that's coming from the biological removal of nutrients and what comes out of there. And so if we continue and increase the chemical removal of phosphate, not all nutrients, but phosphate, what happens is the amount of sludge increases because we're adding coagulants and stuff that make it much more bulkier. And so the design of the 4 biosolids tanks were meant to handle the sludge coming from the project number 3. And so they are hand in hand and produce issues, Madam Speaker, that have to be dealt with in terms of capacity. So that's the simple explanation of it. And again, it's a report. It's provided to us as information. And it's caused us to take more action to ensure that we can have the capacity to deal with the sludge till hopefully 2030 or 2032.
Thank you. With that, I'll call the question. Item 1, all in favor?
Aye.
Contrary? Carried. Noted. Mr. Clerk?
Item 2, in-house composting.
Thank you. Councillor Eady?
Madam Speaker, I'll defer to whoever stood down to speak to it, and I'll close.
Thank you. Next speaker, Councillor Mays.
Yeah, my thanks to Councillor Eady for working with me on this motion. This may be the first motion with the words in-house collection in it ever to get through EPC, at least in my years here. It's trying to clarify the situation where this comes up only once every 7 years. Entire terms of council go by where you never have to allocate this stuff, but we're coming to it before the end of this term to do a 7-year contract for garbage and recycle collection. I don't know how many zones we'll have. We have already issued the RFP to go to the private sector for that, and we can all vote when the tentative award comes as we see fit. Certainly there was a lot of concern the last time. Councillor Eady, Councillor Allard, Councillor Schreier had concerns about whether we had breached the RFP, and CUPE certainly raised concerns about that and subsequently grieved it. So hopefully we can avoid all that this round. But we wanted to flag here, at least Councillor Eady and I did, I think that when compost collection starts, and hopefully it'll start before 2030, but right now it's projected to start in 2030, we haven't landed yet on how that's going to be done. So I assume that will be the next council that ultimately decides that. I won't get into arguments why I would want at least some of it done in-house, but the motion is an attempt to get some costing information, see if we can cooperate with other cities to get some economies of scale. Councillor Eady also talked about let's not get too hung up on the whole issue of the garage space. We can maybe work that out with other parts of the city. So it's a good, pleased to see it get through EPC. It's an attempt to say, look, even if we are proceeding to the private sector for garbage and recycle, that doesn't necessarily tie our hands in terms of compost collection. So the next council will hopefully land on a curbside compost program and have to debate how they want to collect that. So I know we're doing a private sector. I think that's moving forward to do the treatment plant. but we haven't yet landed on how we're going to do collection, and that's a debate that's yet to come. But it's good this motion clarifies that just because we're privatizing, or we are keeping with the private sector for garbage and recycle, it doesn't necessarily mean we're staying with that for compost. Thank you, and thanks to Councillor Eadie for his support on this.
Thank you. Next speaker, Councillor Wyatt.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, I'm not comfortable voting on something where it says we don't have an administrative report. We have a motion attached from a councillor, moved by Councillor Mays. I know he's very credible. He's former chair of a committee of water and waste. But, you know, with all due respect, Madam Speaker, that we're directing the public service here, without an administrative report, to proceed with bids on the private collection of garbage, recycling, and leaf and yard waste collection only for commencement of 2027. And this is kind of like coming out of the blue without any administrative report. Typically, we have administrative reports for something like this. We don't have anything here. And yet we're giving this direction to the public service on this. Number one. Number two, why are we still collecting fees related to composting that we raised this year? It was very clear in the council seminar we had earlier this year that we were raising our garbage fees partly to be preparing for us to do compost collection. Now I'm hearing that compost collection has been put by the wayside. Is this a way to kind of just put that in writing now, that this is being put by the wayside? We don't want to flag it. We don't want to say that. We don't want to make a note of that, because then we're going to actually have to reduce the bills to everybody. And what's wrong with that, if that's the case? Frankly, I don't see us. Just because Johnny got a new bicycle doesn't mean I should have a new bicycle. And considering the challenges we're facing, so-and-so jumped off the Richardson building. My mother would say, is it your turn to jump off the Richardson building? No, of course not. No, just because we're a municipality facing all these challenges, we've got a provincial government regulating us on the treatment plant. Huge costs coming down. We have an infrastructure that's crumbling. We have a bridge in the air without any plan to rebuild it. We have an existing bridge that is the oldest in the city without any plan to replace it. We don't have any rapid transit plan in the city, not to mention the fact we just put a new transit system in that's causing chaos in the streets. We have all these challenges, but oh no, we're going to have enough money now to do compost recycling just because they're doing it over there in Victoria or Nanaimo or, you know, what have you. Well, wonderful. That's great for them. But they don't have the whole host of problems we have, not to mention the mental health addiction crisis going on the streets, not to mention the challenge we're having with our transit system, with safety, and the issues that our bus drivers are facing every day. Not to mention our citizens who just want to walk downtown. Not to mention it's hard to park downtown because now you got to think, well, I got to get that app on my phone. I just can't put a nickel or dime or quarter into dollar into a machine. Oh yeah, the machines are gone. One more reason not to come downtown. Thank you very much, Winnipeg Parking Authority. So, you know, Madam Speaker, we got all these challenges, but oh no, they're going to do composting. We got to do it too. Oh, not to mention you're going to have a whole fleet of gas belching vehicles to go and pick it all up and take it all off to the landfill. Well, that makes a lot of sense, especially when we only in the last 10 or 15 years, we gave out free composters or next to nothing composters to the citizens of Winnipeg so they could do composting in their backyard. Madam Speaker, I'd like to know what's going on. Are we going forward with the compost collection anymore? And has EPC, what I'm hearing, has been thrown into the compost? And if that's the case, the composting plant is being composted, then tell us. And if that's the case, let's bring down the rates. Let's bring them out now. We shouldn't be collecting for it like we said we were going to be collecting, which was decided by this council earlier this year by a majority vote to start collecting for it, which I dare say is significant for every quarterly bill. Significant what we're collecting for against the future composting system. At least we can give some sort of reprise to the people of Winnipeg who have now seen the water and sewer rates go up 300% since the beginning of this year. I'm asking for some frank information coming out of EPC. What's going on? If you've abandoned it, then let us know. And let's give the citizens of Winnipeg a break. Don't say, oh, we over-collected. And by the way, there's a check in the mail to everybody in April, right before the election period. You know, I think Heather Stephenson tried that with MPI, if I'm not mistaken. Trying to bribe the people with their own money, basically.
Councillor Wyatt, we'll watch our words.
Yes, I'm going to watch it. Trying to use our money. I don't know how good can I say it, other than what I just said. You know, Ralph Klein did it too. But anyway, Madam Speaker, those are my comments. I'd like to know what's going on. Are we going with this composting system or are we not? This in-house composting, where's it going? I heard it's dead. I heard it's not proceeding. And if that's the case, let us know. Thank you.
Any further speakers? Okay, back to you, Councillor Eady.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to take some time to answer not all the questions. Madam Speaker, there's no report on this motion. This is a motion that comes from Council, moved by Councillor Mays, seconded by Councillor Eady. It's asking for a report from the utility called Solid Waste, which does have a waste management fee associated with the water bill as well, Madam Speaker. And so I believe it was in the term that the current member from Transcona wasn't on council. There was a pilot project run looking at curbside composting. There was discussion and look at looking for expressions of interest in private, what ended up being private sector plants to, privately owned plants like our recycling plant, which is privately owned, to have the private industry build. And I don't think a report quite came, but it doesn't have to be a secret. There were two proponents who did express an interest in building the compost processing plant, and oddly enough, they both expected to build it on land where city-owned land south of the Brady landfill, I believe it is, somewhere around there, which is unserviced land at the moment, Madam Speaker. The process, the pilot went through, so things have continued through, and I think the votes might have been before the 2022 election. While City Council, Madam Speaker, hasn't made a final decision, there is work continuing towards looking at doing this composting. And so what this motion, which asks Solid Waste to produce a report that looks at what would the cost be to do it in-house. And, I don't think members of EPC and the mayor, fair is fair. Let's have a look at it. If we can save money for the bill payers in the end, it would be good to know if we can do that. And so that is part of it. And composting, yeah, you can talk about the trucks picking up, but there would be the concept that went through for Mr. Wyatt's, or Councillor Wyatt's consideration is that if we did go ahead with a compost, we would probably only be picking garbage up every second week rather than every week, Madam Speaker. So there are savings on other sides and savings to the environment in terms of diesel burning vehicles or fossil fuel burning vehicles. And, but it does help climate change in the environment for us to have a composting plant and collect the compost there. Many people already do, yes, compost in their backyard. Actually, all 3 of the composters in my yard are full right now and will be emptied out when it's time to start getting ready to plant the garden in May. So, Madam Speaker, a number of things here. So, but for now, all we're saying is we're asking to look into different measures in order to lower the cost for potential collection. So there will be a tender that goes out. And we won't be taking any advice, Madam Speaker, from Cuba, the communist country, which my member from Transcona seemed to talk about the last time we talked about in-house collection of garbage. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, I'll call the question on item 2. I'll call for a recorded vote. All in favor, please rise.
His Worship, Mayor Gillingham, Councillors Allard, Brawadi, Chambers, Dobson, Duncan, Durand Wood, Edie, Gilroy, Mays, Rollins, Santos, Lukes, and Madam Speaker, Councillor Sharma.
Those opposed, please rise.
Councillor Wyatt.
Vote, Madam Speaker, yeas 14, nays 1.
The item passes. Thank you. Okay, and we'll now get into, just right into question period for this committee. Any questions for our chair, for Councillor Edie? Okay, Councillor Wyatt.
Councillor Edie, how have you been able to meet with, we're hearing from a lot of residents who are very upset about the water bills, about the state of the billing coming in, and the fact that it's by and large gone up 300% since the beginning of this year. Are there any steps that can be taken to mitigate that cost increase on the bills, to reduce the cost to the ratepayer, so that we don't have to have homeowners driven out of their homes, as people are now contemplating, because they can't afford these water and sewer rates as they've come down now? This is a massive issue. It's probably the second largest issue we're facing after transit, maybe even ahead of that, in my opinion.
Thank you. Councillor Edie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In answer to the member's question, first of all, I don't know the circumstances in somebody stating that their bill went up 300%. In 2025, it did go up $1.19 on the sewer rate. For 26, it's, well, pretty well 3% it's going up. And if I recall, in 27, it's been much reduced to, I think it's 7.9% increase, which we are all worried about. But if the mayor and many of us didn't go to looking at extending our borrowing capacity for a utility where many utilities across this country have can borrow 3 to 1, 4 to 1, because with utilities come big utilities come huge costs, as the councillor has referred to, Madam Speaker. So I don't know why somebody's bill went up 300%, but I guess if you added the waste management fee, which is ended up saving actually property taxpayers some money when it went to the water bill. It did save our ability, the city of Winnipeg, on, I can't remember which budget, but it did mean we didn't have to raise the budget by, 9 or 10 or 12%, which many of the other cities in Manitoba were doing, and other cities all across this country, because of the rising costs. What would I say? So the 300%, I don't know if there's a leak or what, like I'm not sure what happened in individual circumstances, but yes, it did go up and it's very difficult. What Water and Waste has done, I don't think it may not be enough, Madam Speaker, but what has happened is Water and Waste has increased the amount of money and the availability for the H2O program, which is assistance to help people pay their water bills. We do also have in place a policy if there is an unfound leak, and as a result of a leak, there's a huge water bill, which could be the 300% we're talking about. I don't know what caused it to go up 300%, but it could be the consumption of the water, and it's a leak. And there is a clause in the bylaw, actually, the water bylaw, that people will be assisted if it is huge bills are related to leaks. I don't know much else what to say, but yes, it is very difficult for people to pay, and affordability. And actually, the last budget we went for, we made some decisions that meant we weren't raising the property taxes more than 3.5%. Internal inflation and all kinds of drivers and expenses. But when it comes to Water and Waste, I have to say, Madam Speaker, those are things we have to do by law. And I'm afraid it is the water bill payers that are paying. And
Thank
when
you.
we talk, I just mentioned, I sit on Public Works, other utilities like the transit service is subsidized through property taxes. The water and waste is not subsidized by property taxes. Thank you.
Thank you. Second question?
I know it's common for members sometimes of EPC to hide behind the engineers, but I could say this, Madam Speaker, that I have spoken to a number of homeowners, and I have made great lengths to go through the bill with them. Have you had any leak? They contact Water and Waste, they search the property, no leak. Did you have any guests over this summer? No, they verified didn't have any guests over. Did you get it? Was there any change in your habits in terms of coming or going from the house? No, there was not. Did you use your water for gardening? No, I use a rain barrel. Over and over, Madam Speaker, the rates have gone up 300%, by and large, on every homeowner in the city.
Question, please.
Councilor Reedy, can you not look at all options, including all consolidated financials, in terms of what money the department is sitting on that they haven't spent on future capital, that we could, which was identified previously in the past when they came forward with a 9, 9, and 7, and we got them down to a 2, 2, and 3, about a decade ago behind closed doors, never seen the light of day. And it was amazing how the department ran for the hills when we all of a sudden found their consolidated financials and all the money they were sitting on. Can we not do something here for the citizens of Winnipeg? Because I'm telling you, other than the transit issue, this is the big one that everybody's talking about right now. Thank you.
Madam
Thank
Speaker, Madam Speaker, again, I don't know circumstances. Sometimes people get estimated. There's all kinds of complicating factors. But what I can assure, Madam Speaker, in answering the actual question that was asked, is that EPC, quite extensively, constantly, former chair, the most recent former chair, myself, the mayor's policy people, we have constantly looked at the means in which, you know, we could utilize any capital dollars that sit in the reserves or retained earnings for that matter. And we have not been able to find any relief in those terms to even relieve, for example, when we did move the property taxes, the garbage collection off of property taxes, what happened was they borrowed money to run the program, and we ended up with circumstances, and we tried to look anywhere in retained earnings, anywhere, where the
Councillor Reedy had to, or Councillor Wyatt
Okay.
had to step out.
Yeah, and I'll make my final comment. He asked the answer. The public is watching. I don't know how many people, but I will just, well, we all do our work, and to try to do that. And Madam Speaker, I would have let him know that there is a request to change the charter in regards to the waste management fee, that if you're living in a house that's less than somebody else's or whatever, it would be based on, and you buy a house based on what you can afford, Madam Speaker. There's a lot of debate around that, but there is a request to the province of Manitoba, who is yet to answer the question about changing the charter to allow us to utilize the assessed value of a home to determine what the waste management fee is.
Thank you. That concludes question period. Councillor Duncan, do you have a question? Yeah.
Yeah, just for clarification here for the Chair of Water and Waste, is it somewhat accurate, approximately accurate, that sewer rate volumes as per the City of Winnipeg went up 37%, which is roughly $3.47 to $4.40 per square cubic meter, and that the total combined water sewer bill rose approximately 10% between 2024 and 25 based on the typical household, and that water rate per cubic meter increased approximately 2 to 3% as per the City of Winnipeg website.
Madam Speaker, I thank my colleague for visually looking at a report there where we had those statistics. Thank you.
Thank you. And that concludes question period. Next committee, Standing Policy Committee on Community Services. Councillor Santos, the report, please.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. I introduce the report dated December 2nd, 2025, and move consent agenda, move adoption of consent agenda items 1 to 6. Thanks.
Item 6 been pulled, private tree protection bylaw. Call the question on item 1 through 5. All in favor? Aye. Contrary, carried. Mr. Clerk.
Item 6, private tree protection bylaw and public consultation.
Thank you. Councillor Santos to introduce the item.
Yeah, sure. I will hear from the speaker who pulled it.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Gilroy.
Madam Speaker, I really want to rise because I was really saddened with the report that came back. We have been waiting a long time, Madam Speaker, for a bylaw looking at tree protection. And we really felt that I felt that this policy was not really focused on and robust. So I'm very concerned at the level that we're working, even just with the comments that was made during question period. My understanding that there's really no will to kind of move forward with this. We did have really, and this, Madam Speaker, this is a prime example. I want Council to hear why I didn't support everything going to EPC like the auditors had suggested. Because at EPC they have, and it's no fault to their own, they have large agendas, Madam Speaker. And they don't get to the nitty-gritty of the issues, and usually they do not have the experts at EPC to really discuss that we can really get into the nitty-gritty at the different committees with the experts that are in the room discussing these things. We really went into the tree protection bylaw that we have a right to do right now on private property. And so it is concerning that we know that we have this bylaw, that we're able to do some of this work. Not all of it, Madam Speaker. We don't have carte blanche to do everything that we probably want to do in terms of protecting private trees. But there are certain things that we are allowed to do, and we are doing them, Madam Speaker, because we've had Dutch elm disease that have landed on private properties, and we've had to go in and take them down and proceed to do that, even though they're on private property, Madam Speaker. So we are using our rights right now currently. So the city is very familiar with what we can and cannot do, because we are using that, Madam Speaker. So when we got a tree bylaw that was in front of us, that all of us had been waiting years, Madam Speaker. And with a report that's coming back, that we're going to do a report, that another report, and that we're going to go through the province, right? We all know we're not going to hear back from the province. I don't even think I've had one change that's ever gone through the province that has happened since I've been here with a charter change. So I think it's on us as a city to look into what we can do within our own rights, Madam Speaker. And we're failing when we have an opportunity here to protect the tree canopy that we have, Madam Speaker. And I remind everybody that we have one of the best tree canopies, but we are losing it. And other cities are now becoming much more better at the work that they are doing to invest in their tree canopy and protecting their tree canopy, and that includes those that are on private property. There's many other cities that already do this, Madam Speaker. We are not reinventing the wheel. We already have an opportunity to do it in some regards on trees that are adjacent to the public right-of-way, to our boulevard, Madam Speaker. And so I just want to raise this as a concern, because I just think that we're failing and very disappointed in a report that came back that wasn't really, I thought, satisfactory to what I think many of us here were wanting to see, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Thanks. Seeing none, Councillor Santos to close.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks for those comments by my council colleague. I can understand her frustration, and I hear them loud and clear, and I just want her to note that, you know, we're not closing the door completely when it comes to discussing trees. We have definitely moved forward more on the spectrum where it deals with public trees that are on city boulevards or anything that the city of Winnipeg owns. So we are moving forward with that bylaw. I just want to kind of put some comments on the record. I know there was some questions during question period. I had forward on the tree bylaw that we are moving forward with to Councillor Wyatt, so he's made aware and notified that we are still doing some work. But at the committee, we talked at length about what does private tree mean. We do have some rules and regulations around in the charter that talks about trees adjacent to streets. And that definition alone did cause a lot of confusion during the committee. Even myself, I'll admit, I didn't quite understand. And so what came out of that was a discussion to say, oh, maybe we could still do a public engagement, and which we could do, and then talk about private trees that are trees adjacent to streets. And then I've had some further dialogue with the public service, and they had come out in EPC to kind of give a little bit more clarification on what does that mean. And unfortunately, we do not have that definition, and it's would be very challenging to go to the public and ask them for their feedback if we don't even know what that definition means legally. So it's kind of like we're putting the cart before the horse. So I think it's important that if we're going to have meaningful dialogue with the public, that needs to happen first. Legal and the public service needs to understand that definition. And just so I want to just also reiterate, when I say we're not closing the door, we're still doing other zoning rules and regulations. Even in the report, it specifically states, and we forgot to touch light on it. I want to bring that back forward. We are going to be reviewing the city zoning bylaws in a comprehensive zoning bylaw review for amendments to regulate the removal, protection, compensation, and planting of trees. So those discussions are happening. We've heard from the public service that the RFP has been closed. They are choosing the right consultant to do this work already. So that will actually talk more about private trees. And I think from that, we will be able to see and get the definition of trees adjacent to streets. So this work is really ongoing. We're not shutting the door. I am committed to my council colleagues, the mayor, and the department to kind of move this forward. I know we want to do it faster than everybody wants to do everything fast, but I think on the city side, when we're doing public trees, we're moving forward with that. But on the public trees, I want to make sure we're still going to have some more ongoing dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Okay, seeing none. Councillor Gilroy?
Just one more comment.
Yes.
On it. Am I allowed? I'm not sure.
Sorry, that was closing on the item. I'm sorry.
Oh, that was
That's the
close. Okay, that's
yeah.
fine.
I'll call the question.
Yeah, that's
All in favor? Contrary? Carried. And that's the last item. Okay, we'll move into bylaws.
I have one more report.
Yes, the report
Yeah.
dated December 5th. Thank you.
I introduce and move the report dated December 5th, item number 1, 2026 Business Plan for Animal Services Special Operating Agency.
Okay. All in favor? Contrary? Carried. Okay, bylaws, Councillor Santos?
Sure. I move that bylaw number 116, 2025 be read a first time.
All in favor? Contrary? Carried.
Bylaw number 116 of 2025.
Okay, I move that bylaw number 116, 2025 be read a second time.
All in favor? Contrary? Carried.
Bylaw number 116 of 2025.
I move that Rule 50 sub 2 of the procedure bylaw number 50, 2007 be suspended, and bylaw number 116, 2025 be read a third time in order to be signed and sealed.
All in favor? Contrary? That's carried. Let's have question period under this committee now. Councillor Gilroy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I will understand if the chair has to maybe go to administration with this question. So I guess my question through you, Madam Chair, is that why did the department not, when we asked to have the city review a bylaw on private property, why would we not have something in front of us right now that would enable us to go through to the public to do consultation on what we have within our rights and on private property within our rights? Why would that not be in front of us here today if that is something that we as council had asked for?
Thank you. Councillor Santos?
Sure, I'll try my best to answer the question. So the public service did try their best to answer the motion that was before them. It took them a while to come back because they were having some issues and with that definition that we talked about earlier. So they came forward with a report that I talked about, which we discussed on December 2nd. Item number 11, a City of Winnipeg tree bylaw. So that we were able to do some of the work, not all of it. And again, I can reiterate again about the zoning bylaws, regulations that we're working on. That's being done in the background with consultation. That's going to talk about the definition. But we did move forward with a city tree policy as well as a bylaw to protect trees on public and city-owned properties. And I gather it's maybe not the perfect answer, but that is what we had before us last week or on December 2nd.
Thank you. Second question?
So through you, Madam Speaker, regarding the bylaw that was in front of us, really it was a bylaw. Right now what we have is really a report that's telling us that we're going to do another report. Do you think that that's satisfactory for the public service to come with a report that's telling us they're going to do another report when we're expecting an actual policy in front of us here?
Thank you. The response?
Yeah, so again, specifically on page 3, the public service will review the City of Winnipeg zoning bylaw for the comprehensive zoning bylaw to review for amendments to regulate the removal, protection, compensation, and planting of trees. That is the work, that is the bylaw and the report that's going to be coming forward. I just want to clarify.
Thank you. Final question?
Through you, Madam Chair, I just would like maybe the, because I don't think this is the chair's fault, but I think that I would like her to get some clarity with the staff on what is going to come back to us, because clearly I know Councillor Orliko's not here today, and I know he was a champion on this. I really feel that we felt that there was going to be something substantial that was in front of us at public service, and that's what we were asking for, Madam Speaker. And even within our own properties, we do not have something. So will the chair make sure that the report that comes back will have substantial information, substantial guidelines on what we are doing to protect private and our own property trees?
Councillor Santos?
I do acknowledge her comments, her concerns, and would be happy to offline and have further dialogue and get back with a more fulsome and more direct answer.
Thank you. Next is the Standing Policy Committee on Public Works. Councillor Lukes?
Okay. I would like to bring forward from the December 3rd meeting, consent agenda to items 1, 2, 3, and 4, and I pull number 5. I just want to speak to it for a minute.
Councillor Gilroy's pulling 3, transit route speed reduction. Okay. With that, I'll call the question on 1, 2, and 4. All in favor? Aye. Contrary? Carried. Mr. Clerk?
Item 3, transit route speed reduction.
Thank
Okay,
you.
I'll listen to my colleague to see what the concerns are.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Gilroy?
I just wanted to really thank the chair for the work on this. I see that, that the chair and the committee really listens to the residents and are looking at reducing some speeds on some transit routes that are really seeing some major issues. So I just really appreciated the collaboration working with the community on this. So this is appreciation to the chair and the committee and EPC for allowing this to move forward.
Okay, thanks. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Lukes, anything further you'd like to close?
Nope, that's great. Thank you, Councillor.
Okay, all in favor of item 3? And that's carried with Councillor Brawadi noted in opposition. Item 5, Mr. Clerk.
Item 5, replacement of trees on Kenniston Boulevard.
Thank you. Councillor Lukes to introduce the
Yeah.
item.
I would just like to bring it to the attention. I thought the public service would have it to me already today and I could read it into the record. In the whole Kenniston Boulevard and Chief Pegwa's proposal, there are clauses that they told us in the Public Works Committee that do address the tree issue, that trees will be planted. I don't have that information. I'd asked them to send it to me. They haven't. I thought I might have it today. But I don't know if you recall when the Chief Pegwas extension, the first extension was done, hundreds of trees went in as part of that expansion. And because that was through a green space, it wasn't heavily treed at all. But when the Chief Pegwas expansion went in the first phase, heavily treed. The public service has told me the same thing's going to happen for Kenniston and Chief. If and when it expands, it's written into the reports. We don't have the final Chief Pegwas report yet. But in the hundreds of pages of Kenniston Boulevard report, I asked the public service to find it for me. I don't have it yet. As soon as I get it, I will send it to you. You can review it. I know there was another motion today that came forward, but I'm committed to getting it to everyone. So I just wanted to put that on the record.
Thank you. Councillor Gilroy?
Thanks for looking into that, Councillor Lukes. I guess what I'm really hoping to see with this is, and I did change some of the wording, Councillor Lukes, I don't know if you were aware, but I thought maybe what was catching everybody up was I did have private property on there, but what I'm trying to include is the trees that we are taking from expropriated lands, I guess is the better term of it. So because there is a lot of trees in portion of the Kenniston, what I'm wanting to make sure is it is tree per tree. Usually I know that we usually do plant trees, but I just want to make sure that that loss is captured, even with the ones that we are expropriating the lands from. So that's my intention. I have moved it again to have it because I've talked with the mayor a little bit on the side here, because I do think maybe what was very convoluted was we were debating the private tree bylaw, and that might have got caught up in the debate. So I changed the wording to expropriated lands to ensure that those are eventually going to become our lands. So
Right.
to make sure that we were counting those ones. Okay?
Okay, when I get the update, I will send it off.
Okay, any further speakers on this item? Okay, Councillor Lukes, that was your close. I'll call the question. All in favor? Contrary? Carried. Okay. We have a notice of motion from last month's council agenda, moved by Councillor Rollins and seconded by Councillor Wyatt regarding the primary transit network, service and costs. This item was laid over for a few times there, so we'll deal with it now. Councillor Rollins to introduce the item. Okay. Any further speakers on it? Okay, it's the notice of motion.
Madam Speaker, just to clarify, we are on
Notice of
the
motion.
notice of motion.
It's from a few months ago. So
Okay.
any further speakers on this item? It's the notice of motion that was moved by
is-
Councillor Rollins and seconded by Councillor Wyatt.
Just to clarify what the motion
Can't-
is.
Yeah, it's fair, Madam Speaker, I don't see it on the agenda here.
It's
Right
it's
after
there.
Public Works.
Yeah. It's regarding the primary transit network, service and costs. Any further speakers on this item? Okay,
One,
I still
I'd like
don't.
like to speak to the item,
okay,
Madam
Mr. Mayor?
Speaker.
Sure.
I'm just trying to pull it up here as well. I'm just trying to pull it up, Madam Speaker, just to make sure that we're all on the same item.
It's right after Public Works. It says Standing Policy Committee on Public Works, Notice of Motion, item 1. Just after the Keniston item, after the number 5. Okay, any other speakers in the meantime?
I think that, just to be clear, is this the motion where item 1D is to restore the original transit service? Is that what we're voting on?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I will speak to it. Then if we're voting on, I'll speak to it. I want to thank our transit team for the work that they are doing. I think it's important to note that the new service that we implemented in June, I think I remember talking about this and hearing that we knew full well that there would be changes needed in the new system. When you make a substantial change like we've made, a historic change like we've made to our into a primary transit network, there would be adjustments that need to be made. I want to thank members of the public who have given feedback as requested and are still giving feedback. And I want to acknowledge that this council has called for changes to be expedited. Originally, I think Transit had the idea that perhaps when the new system came in, they would wait for a year to see how everything goes, go a full year on most things before making adjustments. Well, that hasn't happened. In fact, just the budget we voted on yesterday has investment to expedite some of the changes necessary to continue to enhance the system. I did hear our Mr. Radstrom on one media outlet the other day. I appreciate his willingness to respond to questions that were posed to him. And my words, not his, but I'm paraphrasing. He basically said, it's a transit system. We're always going to be making improvements. We're always going to be adjusting because that's what's required as ridership changes, as we work through this new system, see what's working, see what's not. One of the reasons we made an investment yesterday, not only in the to add the late night hours, but one of the reasons we made the investment into the new transit planner was also to make sure that we could identify those areas as a department that need adjustment, whether it's transit stops, whether it's transfer stations, whether it's benches that need to be added, shelters that need to be added, whatever the adjustment needs to be, then our team is willing to look at it. So I, for one, am certainly not in support of regressing and going backwards into an old system. Let's not forget, the old system had a lot of complaints, we quickly can forget the types of complaints our office has got, whether it was overcrowded buses, pass-ups, you name it. Our old system had a lot of complaints as well. And so we have a new system. It's not perfect. I'm not pleased with the number of adjustments we're having to make to this point, but this is where we are. And I think with the investments we're making as a council, the feedback that we're getting from the riders, we are making changes and adjustments, and will continue to do so to continue to enhance the system. So I will not be voting in support of this motion because this would be regressing at a time where we're trying to move ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Next speaker, Councillor Duncan.
Thank you very often. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I don't often find myself speaking about transit. However, just looking at the therefore be it resolves in this, I think the timing has lapsed with the wording of the upcoming budget tabling at the Executive Policy Committee, unless we're talking about the 2027 budget. I'm not in favor of regressing back to the old system. However, this motion does point out some concerns that my residents have in Charles and Tuxedo Westwood, including the stops that are serving seniors, the hospitals, clinics, and secondary schools. We just had a change to the timing that serves many secondary schools and high schools as well. But ultimately, I believe that the department is acknowledging that there are several areas that need improvement and need some changes. I think that we can craft a motion that would reflect that to perhaps further motivate the department to move in a more timely fashion. That's my biggest frustration, Madam Speaker, is when I speak to residents and tell them that we just need 4 months to make a change or more. That's not working for people, especially when the winter season is upon us. People, can't be outside, especially in extreme weathers like today, waiting for transfers. And this system with the spine and feeder is great for those of us that are mobile and able to make those treks. It is not ideal, nor does it serve those that have any type of physical restrictions. So we do need to look at that, and we need some urgency in addressing several of those areas. So I won't be supporting this item before us today, but happy to look at potentially crafting a motion that would motivate the public service to move much quicker. I understand that there are several barriers that prevent them from, including labor agreements, but we need to act with some urgency for Winnipeggers who use our transit system.
Okay. Thank you. Next is Councillor Lukes, followed by Councillor Chambers.
Sure. I won't be supporting this motion. We won't be going back to the original transit service. We're too far gone to go back to it. And this is the thing, people seem to forget about the number of complaints that we received on it prior, and this is why we made the switch. I don't know who all was here when I wasn't here, but I remember it, the garbage can switch, when we switched to the recycle bin and the current garbage can that we have. There was huge drama with that. This is a fundamentally massive change to transit, and there are definitely challenges that we're working through. And to Councillor Duncan's point, we have in the budget that mostly all of us supported, we are hiring another staff to help accelerate and make it happen faster. We still have to remember that we've got 600 buses, 1,200 plus drivers, a huge matrix of systems that come together. So it's not easy to make a rapid change. But I think we've done great progress. We've got a lot of work left to do. We've restored the evening and night services. We're gathering data now that the GPS is working. So we're progressing. We're progressing. With that, I'll just mention it again. I'm not going to be supporting this motion.
Thank you. Next is Councillor Chambers, followed by Councillor Mays.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today. I wish I could support, returning it back to the old system, but sitting on Public Works and realizing what those costs would be to a program that is subsidized by mill rate, it would just be an extra cost to taxpayers. And there are those taxpayers that don't use transit, so it wouldn't be fair to them. I do recognize the need for transit to, in my ward, it's the FX2 and the 676 that have been problematic in terms of getting citizens from point A to point B that rely on transit for their daily commute. But I also understand the department in terms of the advanced work that goes into preparing the schedule, making sure the drivers have their schedules, and recognizing that even a deviation of 2 or 3 or 5 minutes extended into the ward would impact the network citywide. So it's really a difficult time right now with the weather the way it is, as cold as it is. I feel especially for seniors or individuals that are mobility challenged and have accessibility issues but still want to use fixed route transit. I'm urging urging transit to work more hastily in making these adjustments so that the residents of my ward could be better served by the transit system. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Chambers. Councillor Mays.
Thank you. Yeah, I won't be supporting the motion. There are some parts of the city where it's taken a long time to get transit introduced. I know you fought pretty long and hard for some areas in your ward, Madam Speaker. I know Councillor Lukes worked hard to get some transit extended down there, and I was very pleased that we finally were able to get transit extended into the Bonavista neighborhood and upgraded in Sage Creek. And you may say, well, these are all new neighborhoods. Yeah, they are, and they all pay taxes, and they expect transit service, and it was quite a battle to get that introduced. And then the complex issue of what do you mean by equity? I mean, a heavy Nigerian population in Bonavista who weren't being served at all, and now they're being served to some extent by transit. So hard to break out these questions, hard to go back. Additionally, if you did go back, all the complexities, right? Oh, we're not having traffic delays at Portage and Main now, but surely, if you were in my ward under the old system, you had all sorts of buses that were making the turn from eastbound Portage onto southbound Main. Well, those would be delayed now by the street level passing, but they aren't delayed because we've rejigged the system. So all of this concern that certainly I had that every bus coming to my ward was going to be delayed, that's been dealt with because we redesigned the system. So I think trying to reinstore the old system just would be very difficult. There are certainly concerns. Thank you to Councillor Chambers for work on the FX2. I took that in this morning. It went pretty well. So there are certainly issues with the system, and we're going to have to struggle with those. But already the night service being returned, the on-demand service being expanded is helpful. So I appreciate the sentiment here, but certainly from the perspective of someone who's worked pretty long and hard to get bus service extended into some of the newer parts to serve the people, the students, the working class folks of Bonavista, yeah, I'm not in favor of now taking all that whole system out. So thank you.
Next speaker, Councillor Gilroy, followed by Councillor Eady.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I won't be supporting the motion in front of us here today, even though I do think that there's some changes that do need to happen. I'd be interested in really getting tangible data in regards to if we change the 700 meter rule to lessen it so people could walk a little bit, don't have to walk as far. I'm also interested in learning on how we can make sure that our buses are going into major institutions or major areas. I really think that having people walk far distance from a hospital is really concerning for me. All of our major hospitals are having that issue, and it is cumbersome to take some of the looking at the transition and having to change buses a lot is a transition, and it's difficult. I'm also interested in learning on how we fix the issue with people going into the Forks. We have lots of senior residents that want to go to the Forks, but they have to now get off at the, where the bus used to take them right into the Forks. Now it only takes them as far as the human rights. When we have major destinations like the Forks, we have to make sure that we have effective transit service that gets us right in there, and that includes all of our major malls and our hospitals, Madam Speaker. So there are areas where, even though we have this new bus service, where we can maybe making tangible changes, and of course I think it is going to cost more money to do some of this, so we would have to cost that out, so we would definitely know what those costs would be. But I think that this is a discussion that this council is going to need to have. I've been listening to my residents and getting some feedback, and they're really struggling. And these are, Madam Speaker, these are people that originally have always taken the bus that are finding it more difficult. Even myself today, I was, on days like today was a day that I would love to take the bus. It was a day that, because it was so much easier. Well, now with the transfer and everything that was going on, I was concerned about being able to get here to work on time. So, I got driven today. So we do got work to do on this, and we need to do it as a council. But I do appreciate my councillor colleagues, because I understand their frustration and where this is stemming from, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Councillor Eady, followed by Councillor Wyatt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It was interesting to hear from the former councillor, Mr. Wojniak, this morning. He being, what? He being a transit user, as I am. And Madam Speaker, I'm going to begin by saying I won't be voting in favor of this motion. But I am a person with a disability, no vision at all. I have vision, but I can't see. And I found it somewhat difficult and have asked Winnipeg Transit to fix things in that, so stops were removed. I used to know on all the routes like Main Street, Salter, McGregor, Arlington, and McPhillips, I knew where all the bus stops were, all of them, okay? Because of using the bus, even when I could see back in the 70s and early 80s. I used to take the bus to work in River Heights. The 18 bus was actually very convenient. It would take me from the north end out to Sir John Franklin School, or I could transfer, some nights I worked at Queen's School. So the old system routes kind of, provided different destinations, but they were not knowing where stops are. I got on an FX2 and I missed the stop called Jefferson, which is actually 7 Oaks Avenue heading north. And by the time I figured out I missed the stop, I was already on Leela. And then I couldn't find the bus stop to catch the FX2 to get back and get off in front of IGA. So problems like that, there's all kinds of problems. Yeah, there is more distance between bus stops. But let me clarify something for Mr. Wojniak, if he is continuing to watch, because there were a couple of stops that were removed on Main Street. One at Rupert Slam Boulevard, one at Lansdowne in front of Tenderloin Meats. This is northbound. But that's about all the bus stops, because on Main Street, there's a no-letter route called 31, which basically goes from Riverbend, River Grove, up in Councillor Barati's ward. But nevertheless, it's still Old Kildonan, not North Kildonan, those neighborhoods. But anyway, it goes to the Forks. Now, it stops at all the other stops. So there's a bunch of stops for the 31. And yeah, it is inconvenient because it doesn't run as frequent as an FX2. So there are some problems. And I had to actually take a 31 to find out where all the bus stops were. And I've been asking for a bus stop, a brand new, to replace the Cathedral with another bus stop for the FX2. But once I was on the 31, discovered there's still a bus stop at Cathedral. It's a matter of getting the FX2 to spend maybe 15, 20 seconds to pick up and drop off there. And that would make it more convenient. These are things that we're asking Winnipeg Transit to tweak in the future. On McGregor, yes, there is no non-lettered, there's only an F route down there. And so the distance for frequent routes did become more. And so that was just an example of being more difficult. And yeah, the walks are longer, but there was 110 meters added, which, there used to be a bus stop in front of the senior thing. It added 110 meters to get to Selkirk Avenue, get to a bus stop. 110 meters, that's how far. So the bus stop used to be right there for the seniors. Now, I understand that's difficult, and the older you get, the more difficult it is, and if the snow's not plowed, it's difficult. There's a whole bunch of things we can tweak. I put in and submitted, and I think they will move. The bus stop that used to be at Manitoba is now over at Burroughs in front of Stadacona. I know this is all very detailed, but I'm just trying to give an example where coming home from Safeway at McGregor and Mountain, a senior would have to cross a very wide Burroughs intersection. And so I've asked them to move the stop from the north side to the south side of Burroughs. There's no reason why they can't do that. And then it's an extra block and a bit for the seniors to walk with their groceries. Winter is the difficult thing. So if you're really eligible and you can't walk, you are eligible to use Transit Plus. There are application forms, and as we move forward, Transit Plus is in a way, loosening the criteria to qualify to use Transit Plus. And there's many seniors now who do use Transit Plus in the winter because winter is much more difficult to walk with a walker or use your wheelchair. So, Madam Speaker, there are means and ways to deal with many of these things. And as time comes along, and actually most troublesome to me and to Councillor Wyatt, you know, I don't know why Kildare can't be used. It's only 3 blocks from Regent. It adds an extra some seconds, but I still don't understand why an FX3 can't use Kildare. Yeah, we said the new primary system means you got to walk a little more. So if you want to be, if you're on Kildare, yeah, you're going to have to walk an extra 3 blocks right now to get to Regent to take the bus. Well, those people at Regent, if you're going down Kildare, well, they'll just have to walk an extra 3 blocks. What's the difference? It alleviates Victoria Avenue East. So these tweaks hopefully will happen in the future, Madam Speaker. So right now, going back to the old system, there is a lot of problems with it. Winnipeg Transit, like the 18 bus at the concert hall was late all the time. And then all of a sudden, 3 of them show up at once. It was that bad, Madam Speaker. Like, really, I take the bus. I know that the old system had big problems. Yeah, it became very convenient because you're using it all the time and you got used to it. Change is difficult. It is. And we can tweak the new system to make it better. The biggest problem we have is transferring in the winter. We need to get some transit shelters out there in certain stops, especially and warm ones or whatever, especially where transfer points are. We'll find out we'll find out today, tomorrow, how good they're clearing the snow at transfer point intersections and the sidewalks and clearing the transit things. They're supposed to fix it, Madam Speaker. It's supposed to be better. We are going to find out by next week. We'll know if they've accomplished good things. And I'll be out there taking the bus, checking these transfer points. Because as a person who's totally blind, there's nothing worse than tripping over a windrow, falling into a regional road street, waiting to get hit by a car, Madam Speaker. So I'll be out there checking. But I'm not voting for this notice of motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Councillor Wyatt.
Well, Madam Speaker, on the note, Councillor Eady, and I give Councillor Eady note that you wouldn't have seen the motion that was just circulated, actually. Moved by I'll second by Councillor Dobson. It's a motion to refer back to Public Works. Be resolved that the FX3 route be rerouted via Day Street and Kildare Avenue East for the committee's committed consideration, a matter that's been before your committee now a number of times. So I appreciate Councillor Eady, your support for that, hoping that you'll speak in favor of that when it comes before your standing committee of Public Works in the new year, as well as revisiting the 240-day traffic study period to try to get it down to 60 days on the other items. So that motion will be going to your standing committee as a motion of referral. Thanks for mentioning it. And I guess I try not to, change is tough, something like that, or, we ought to tighten our belts, I think the Prime Minister said, something to that effect recently. All Canadians have got to get used to living with less expectation. Tighten your belts. It's kind of arrogant, I think, when people heard that from the Prime Minister. There was a lot of people who said, easy for you to say across this country all at the same time. Eastern Canadian banker becomes Prime Minister. And I got to say, Madam Speaker, I'm very reluctant to tell the citizens of Winnipeg, change is tough. Well, as I get in my vehicle and I drive to work, and they're marching through snow, having to catch a bus and take a transfer, which they never had to do before, and wait 5, 10, 15 minutes for the transfer, possibly a transfer at the other end, and having to walk to get to the bus stop they never had to walk before, or at the other end, or both. I can tell you, Madam Speaker, in my opinion, it's not a matter of if we're going back to the old system. It's now a matter of when. And I say that very clearly because I can tell you, your ox may not be gored. You may be okay. You may be along a major route. And so you're okay. And you're a transit user, you're okay. But the rest of the transit users are not. They're not pleased. They're angry. There's an upswell of anger that's growing out there. I can tell you there's so many petitions going on right now out there on this. You'd be amazed what's going on. Ever since Councillor Luke said she never seen a petition more than 1,000 names, it was like she threw the gauntlet down on the entire city. And now the petitions are out there and they're rolling, quite literally, on the buses. Madam Speaker, this is one where it's better if it's not a matter of if, and it's a matter of when. Better for the when be sooner. So the when is going to be during the civic election. Mark my words, Madam Speaker, the when will be right after. The switch will be done right after, because there's going to be a lot of new faces around this table. People are mad. They are mad. And their family members are angry. Even if they don't take the bus, they're angry. Because of inconvenience their family members and friends, their mother, their father, somebody aged. The system was designed, Madam Speaker, after all, on the basis that you're agile. And I want to thank Councillor Rowlands for a well-written resolution. Because if you're agile and you're healthy, you can probably manage it. But if you have children in tow, got any kind of physical challenge, you don't want to tax the system. You know what? I don't want to, use Transit Plus. I want to ride by the regular system. A lot of people are very proud, actually, Madam Speaker, and they want to do that. I think, frankly, they're the ones who are feeling it the most. And there's many of them out there, and you hear from the students who are being affected by this. And it's not just a question of the inconvenience, the length of time, too. The time to move on a system is increased. Now, in theory, it looked good on paper. If we had a rapid transit line running down, let's say, out to East Transcona, and it was like the Blue Line, and you had major transit stations, every once in a while, kind of like this was envisioned, and there were heated bus stations with cameras, heated rooms you walk into, much like the Blue Line going to the U of M. Works well. You don't mind transferring there, right? And then you're on a rapid transit line, dedicated corridor, an actual dedicated corridor, not buses on a road, stacked up behind more buses on the same road, fighting with private vehicles, trucks, what have you. In theory, the system that they designed works really well. If you have a dedicated hub and spoke system, spokes being the rapid transit lines, hub being the downtown. Even in the downtown, Madam Speaker, the amount of roads that have been reduced that now are congested with transit buses on is dramatic. People have to walk downtown blocks where they never had to walk before. So I don't say to you, Madam Speaker, and I realize that, a lot of time and energy was put into this, but, it's also a learning curve. It's also mistakes happen in government. They happen all the time. There's nothing wrong with saying it, but we got it wrong. And I think, Madam Speaker, the amount of problems we're having with this and ongoing problems, extension of services, amount of lack of transit stops, no matter how many buses, the challenge we had, to Mayor's point before with the old service, he was right. There were problems with the old service. The problems actually were more related to lack of fleet. The challenge we had was that the high period of time, there was not enough frequency. Frequency is the key, especially when those buses are full. When you hear people in the morning, as were in my case in my ward, buses full, passing bus stops with people waiting. Why? Because the buses are full. That's not a function, Madam Speaker, of a system that's not working because of the routes. That's a function of the lack of resources because we don't have enough infrastructure, namely the buses on the road. We needed to increase the size of the fleet. You can't add 70,000, as the mayor likes to quote, 70,000 people in the city of Winnipeg in the last 2 years or 3 years, whatever the case is, 2-3 years, without having something to give. Most of those people, by the way, who are coming to Winnipeg? New Canadians. New Canadians are doing what? Driving their cars, some, many of them riding transit. And those buses are even more full now. Madam Speaker, the pressure was already on the old system. To Councillor Mays' point, I guess we can grovel and be grateful that we got something out of it for a new suburb like Buena Vista. And I know that he worships that area and he does a lot of good work for it. But I can tell you, Madam Speaker, we can deal with that pretty quick when it comes to, we already put on the developers a requirement, 4 levels of service: paved road, sewer, sanitary pipe, storm sewer. Other jurisdictions in North America, especially Western Europe, you're not going to put in a bus until there's a full-time bus route into that neighborhood. The neighborhood subdivision is not approved. In Germany, you got to have an LRT line coming in before you can approve that subdivision. Why don't we have that? Why is transit not recognized as a full level of municipal service? That's our own policy fault, with all due respect, Madam Speaker, that we leave new neighborhoods. And the reality is, by the time we come in with transit in a new neighborhood, the traffic patterns are already set. They're already set. They've already bought their second car, and they're already using it, versus the bus. And so buses roll out of these new subdivisions half empty, or go in half full, or even less. Madam Speaker, there are ways to solve these problems. It means investing in transit, which this council historically, not this council, but council in general, has for 50 years undermined transit across the board.
Councillor Wyatt, thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Brawadi.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I will not be supporting the motion before us here today as well. The reality is, you're right, we've sort of been asleep with transit for the last 50 years. Our route network really was basically our streetcar network that's still been added onto again and again and again and again. The primary routes have not changed in my lifetime. The main route numbers, the main routes haven't changed. We've just been adding on to a system. It was a hub and spoke system with everything going towards the downtown. The reality is Winnipeg's changed. We have employment lands throughout the city. People want to get from North Kildonan to Kildonan Place. People want to get from Garden City to Polo Park, to employment lands out at Inkster Industrial Park, to by the airport industrial park, out down Kennison Boulevard. It's now more of a grid system. So yes, it's change. Many trips are far easier today with the new transit system. The old system was very useless to get from most of North Kildonan to our regional shopping mall, Kildonan Place Shopping Center. The service was terrible. Now, many routes will get us from the area to our regional shopping center in a much more thoughtful and continuous way. Did we get everything right? No. They rewrote everything. They started with a clean slate of paper. That meant rethinking everything. And did they get absolutely every frequency right? Did they get every timing right? They sure as heck didn't. They did phenomenally well, though. That first launch weekend, the number of things that didn't break down blew my mind. I thought it was going to be quite chaotic, but they very meticulously thought through everything. They brought in smart consultants, and things went remarkably well. But there were some things that needed redoing. Even this past Sunday, we brought in on request service into the evenings into many communities. We rewrote some of the most broken schedules, the D12, the D13, the D16, the F8. I've already noticed this week on Henderson Highway, there's a more logical consistency and frequency of the F8 bus. Many small buses have been replaced with the high-capacity buses. I mean, we're very early on in the new schedule that just started this past Sunday, and people are already starting to go into holidays, but I'm very curious once we get into January. I think some of those most glaring problems are already fixed. Even on a more micro, very local level, the 442 bus that serves many of the schools in my ward, and going into Elmwood East Kildonan ward, people from North Kildonan going to Miles Mac, for example. There's a new extra well-timed 442 bus in the morning because of some of the capacity issues there. People also have to, take a look at the schedule. Everyone thinks, oh yeah, I live off of Donwood or I live off of Gilmore. I have to get to Henderson Highway to get downtown or to Polo Park. No, you don't. I was just corresponding with a good constituent of mine today who was frustrated, and rightfully so, with the bus service up till now. The F8, he comes downtown on the west side of City Hall here. The bus shack is a little bit off kilter there. It's on William, and there's no bus right there's no bench even right by the bus stop. But you know what? You could take many of the lines that go through North Kildonan up to Gateway now, take an FX4 single bus out to Polo Park. Or if you're on Henderson Highway, you want to go to Polo Park, a single transfer downtown, very close connections. I appreciate that people with mobility issues, some of the stop changes and stuff have placed bus stops a few meters further, 100 or 200 meters further away. We do need to look at that. Maybe there's a couple tweaks we can do here and there. Those are still options that are out there. But again, I'd like to go back, and I was trying to find some old streetcar maps to see in the past. When you have a streetcar, how far apart were the stops back in the day? I'm going to talk to the transit guys to see if they have any of that information. But again, when you look at the higher capacity, broader networks, like if you look at the famed, subways and that of other cities, the first part of a subway is longer distances, and the distances between stops, the amount of walking you have to get from street level onto a subway platform are massive. The number of footsteps in Montreal to get from street level to the metro lines, they're pretty big. Other cities, they're tighter, but again, there's different levels of service when it comes to subways as well. So again, they got a ton right. There are definitely some tweaks that are needed to be made. They're going to get there. I've taken the bus many times, mostly to sporting events, to be completely open and transparent. But I've talked to passengers on there. Hey, Jeff, for getting to work, this has been great. But after the hockey game, after the football game, those lines don't run in there. Talking to residents in Elmwood, East Kildonan, friends of mine. You know what? As of April, those lines are coming back into the evenings. You'll be able to get, within a very short walking distance of his house once those routes come back in April. The Jets, unfortunately, probably won't have much of a season past April, but I digress. Anyways. So again, I won't be sorting the motion here today. I believe in the system. There's things that need to be ironed out. There are people that need to be better. People will need to figure out that there are ways that this new system will work for them. And again, I appreciate people's patience. We will make some improvements. Again, I think we need a bus stop. We need some benches out here right by City Hall. The F8 it's a major stop. I see a lot of people queuing there now. We need some bus benches over by Blue Cross Park, for example, where the FX4 is a pretty major transfer point to the D12 and the D13. That wasn't even a bus stop before, but now I see people standing there fairly often. So again, I appreciate everybody's interest and patience, but we will get this right.
Thank you. Any further speakers? Seeing none. Councillor Rollins, your opportunity to close.
Speaker. Well, thank you very much for the discussion, Council. I will follow up, Madam Speaker, with Councillor Duncan, who offered to bring life in the new year to a component of this motion. I agree wholeheartedly that it was a point in time. We moved it well past last meeting because the co-signer to the motion wasn't here, so I absolutely agree. The point in time has moved past budget, for instance, and EPC's budget meeting. The 6%, first of all, Madam Speaker, the words of Councillor Barwadi were inspiring. His glass half full to God's ears is my wish, Madam Speaker, because that is, I appreciate that his glass is half full, and I think that there should be room for that. I just believe that Winnipeggers should be hearing a lot more from Council while their patience is being tested, and while they're bearing the weight of the transition. And we have some, what I find is startling figures now, a 6% decline in ridership and revenue that I want to see clearly and transparently at Council. I've asked for a Council seminar to make sure that the transit plan still accounts for growth, still accounts for, getting those riders back, because once we lose them, I'm really worried that they won't come back, Madam Speaker. We are able to look at scenarios now. We see a 6% decline when we're still at 95% ridership following the pandemic. That is a pretty steep and disturbing number, in my opinion. That being said, we did restore some nighttime service, and while it isn't restored in the sense of how downtown residents and Osborne Village residents, to name but two, enjoyed them, there is some forward momentum on that. I don't find, though, when it comes to the elements of this motion, related to stop serving seniors residents, stop serving hospitals, clinics, secondary schools, that there is that same level of vigor, Madam Speaker. I do find it inexcusable that I stand before you, Madam Speaker, fundamentally with maybe a motion or two on behalf of Victoria Hospital, just to name one instance, and nothing has been done to date. The meetings, how many meetings are necessary from counselors, both Councillor Gilroy, who in the summertime heard from Health Science Center, a hospital that was later gray listed, Victoria, who's had concerning incidences, and more. How many times do we have to stand, do motions, each and every one denied? How many times do I have to iterate words of a CAO? And why should a CAO of a hospital in this city not have a council seemingly understanding the public safety moment we're in and the transition moment we're in, and with the policies that we've passed concerning equity, mobility, and more, why they have to ask month after month, week after week, for us to fundamentally hear, put my stop back. It is unreal to me that City Centre, Councillor Gilroy and I, and CAOs, doctors, that I've taken, I think all would acknowledge, fairly extreme efforts to get onto the public record to just demonstrate the concerns that are very real, to have a component of this motion not move forward regarding, for instance, either seniors residents or hospital stops. But that being said, if I have a willing partner in Councillor Duncan, I will endeavor to do a straight up motion with him in the new year to continue on. The elimination, though, of stops and routes that serve critical destinations, really, like schools, it is concerning. The result in lower income and racialized areas that diminish mobility, longer travel times, reduced access, is concerning. The numbers that we're seeing, 6%, that's concerning. The numbers that have yet to be revealed again concerning Transit Plus is also something that I expect to see, and represents lost or net new financial concerns for the city. Healthcare access and accessibility and disability rights isn't like anything else, Madam Speaker. The healthcare access, that emerges to me as a singular urgent concern that we should be responsible and we should be responsive to, and I shouldn't be here saying, you know, a few quarters ago I brought this forward and I'm still here looking at another quarter and not a nothing, no response to a CAO of a busy hospital in this city. The reports of patients, the reports of staff, the reports of visitors who face long and what they are detailing as unsafe walks to reach care isn't like anything else. And the reason why it isn't like anything else, Madam Speaker, is that there's other dispute resolution mechanisms besides council to take care of some of these, like the provincial ombudsperson. And so the erosion of that equitable access to healthcare that runs contrary to our policies is a real concern of mine. And I'm not alone in that. Indeed, Brenda Catchpole, the interim CEO of Victoria Hospital, Rob Diancu, the CEO of Winnipeg Clinic, the multiple residents who can't access Dynacare, their access centers, or Misericordia patients or more, this is unlike any other. And time again, I've only heard from transit, not now, not yet. Maybe we'll have some meetings. Maybe more meetings are required. No, a stop is required, a bus stop where the infrastructure is still there, because this council, thanks to Jeff Rawadi, Madam Speaker, passed a motion that the infrastructure is still there. So, and we're not getting rid of it. So it is concerning that it's not acted upon. It's not acted upon in months, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the dialogue. I appreciate the open door of Councillor Duncan and perhaps others to talk about this again in the new year.
Okay. Thank you. With that, I'll call the question on the notice of motion to be received as information. All in favor, please rise. It's not. Okay, yes, this one was the one that was laid over. So if you're in favor of the motion as presented, please rise.
Councillors Wyatt.
Those opposed, please rise.
His Worship, Mayor Gillingham, Councillors Allard, Rawadi, Chambers, Dobson, Duncan, Durand-Wood, Eadie, Gilroy, Mays, Rollins, Santos, Lukes, and Madam Speaker, Councillor Sharma.
The vote, Madam Speaker, yeas 1, nays 14.
The motion is defeated. We'll now move on to
Bylaws.
motion 5.
No, we did that. Bylaws.
Okay, no, there are some motions, pardon me. Yeah, so motion 4 was withdrawn. Okay, we've replaced it with motion 5. And that was moved by Councillor Gilroy, seconded by Councillor Rollins. That's an automatic referral to the Standing Committee. Okay, so we will withdraw motion 4. And the reason, Mr. Clerk, was there is a change in some slight wording. So Councillor Gilroy, Councillor Rollins, you concur with that? Call the question on withdrawing motion 4. All in favor? Contrary? Carried. And we're replacing it with motion 5. And that will be an automatic referral to the Standing Committee. Okay, and it's regarding trees on both public and private land. Then we have motion 8, moved by Councillor Wyatt, seconded by Councillor Dobson. It's regarding transit route. That's an automatic referral to the Standing Committee. That concludes the motions. We'll now move on to bylaws. Councillor Lukes.
Okay. I'd like to move that the following bylaws be read a first time. Bylaw number 113-2005 and bylaw number 129-2005.
All in favor? Contrary? Carried.
Bylaws numbered 113 of 2025 and 129 of 2025.
Councillor Lukes.
I'd like to move that bylaw number 113 of 2025 and 129 of 2025 be read a second time.
All in favor? Contrary? Carried.
Bylaws numbered 113 of 2025 and 129 of 2025.
Okay, I'd like to move that Rule 52 of the procedure bylaw number 50-2007 be suspended and bylaws numbered 113-2025 and 129-2025 be read a third time and ordered to be signed and sealed.
All in favor? Contrary? Carried. We'll now have question period under this committee. Any questions for the chair, for Councillor Lukes? Okay, seeing none. Next is the Standing Policy Committee on Property and Development. Okay, that's Councillor Duncan. And I'm going to note Councillor Chambers. Okay, Councillor Duncan. Councillor Chambers will be recusing himself for item 13.
All right.
We'll deal with that maybe first or after?
Sure.
Okay.
I'd like to move item number 13 from the report of December 4th, 2025.
Okay, yeah, anyone like to, okay, all in favor? Contrary, carried. Okay, Councillor Duncan?
And I believe I heard item 5, so with the exception of item 5, I'd like to introduce the report of December 4th, 2025 consent agenda, noting the agenda includes 1,281 units, 356 affordable
Oh,
throughout the
Councillor
city of
Duncan.
Winnipeg. Thank you.
Yeah, you've,
Sorry,
are
apologize.
you pulling any item? No. Okay, I would like to wait for Councillor Chambers to come back. I'm not sure if he's aware. Hmm? Okay. So, yeah.
Let's go.
Okay, so I'll call the question. Okay, oh, you're pulling one, Councillor Mays? Golf Services 2026 Business Plan? Same thing, golfers? Okay, I'll call the question on item 2 through 12, 14,
Close. No. 2, 3, 4, 6.
14 through 25.
They're pulling number 5.
Did I call that one?
Yeah.
Okay, not 5 then. All in favor? Contrary, carried. Item 1.
Item 1, Golf Services 2026 Business Plan.
Thank you. Councillor Duncan?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll hear from my colleague on this, noting that this is the first time that Golf Services has contributed to the budget rather than requiring to pull from it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mays?
Turnaround it's been with our golf services. Credit to Ben Fay, who's running the show now. Credit to Al Shane, who ran the show before him. I just want to highlight the Canoe Club has moved under city control. There were some questions about that at a recent council seminar. This shows massive increase, in almost a 50% increase in the number of rounds played at the Canoe Club with the city moving in, making some improvements. And also, I mean, we heard the mythology about a dozen years ago, well, the union has no place on golf courses. Well, here it is. City's moved in, taken over from a private operator, using unionized staff, doing very well. Massive increase in the number of rounds played, and as Councillor Duncan has just said, don't take my word for it, take Councillor Duncan's, golf is now a contributing SOA, not requiring any sort of subsidy. So just, there will be times in the future when we debate about having unionized staff to do things instead of the private sector, non-union operators. So let's just remember here, we voted to move this in under city control, to increase the number of FTEs, to have unionized staff running the show at Canoe Club, and it has worked out very well indeed. So pleased to see that. It's been over 100 years of activity in my ward for the Canoe Club. Pleased to see it carrying on as a golf course, and pleased to see it contributing its way to here now with the huge increase in rounds played. So thank you.
Thank you. Any further speakers? Mr. Mayor? Not yourself? No? Okay, Councillor Duncan to close.
Yeah, thank you very much. I echo that of Councillor Mays. Pleased to see the Canoe Club joining the fray of City of Winnipeg courses.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, next item.
Got to vote on that.
Oh, call the question. All in favor of item
Aye.
1? Contrary, carried.
Item 5, Vacancy to Vitality, Strategic Policy Options to Address Vacant and Derelict Properties.
Thank you. Councillor Duncan?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. This was a great discussion that we had at SPC. We had an excellent delegation come before us that had one recommendation added, that we add the words "and any other social enterprise" after the words "and Build Inc." And this would allow a lot of those members of these communities to become contributing partners, obviously for profit, to, as the one delegation spoke, improve the lives of men in the community who want to contribute back, who have been displaced or in conflict with the law, or a number of different socioeconomic issues there. But that's just the root of this. This really also looks at potentially bringing back some of these neighborhoods to where they once were. A lot of work the public service has ahead of them, but I look forward to hearing from my council colleagues on this.
Thank you. First speaker, Councillor Rollins. Councillor Gilroy, was that you? Okay.
We look.
Yeah. Okay. Madam Speaker, first off, I want to thank Jonathan Hildebrand for doing this report. I know lots of work went into it from the public service, so I just want to thank him. And I know his son's here listening today, so hopefully he gets some creds from his son, knowing how hard he's working at the city. I do want to talk a little bit about this. I've been pushing for multiple changes for a very long time, Madam Speaker. And I also want to recognize the work of my councillor colleague, Councillor Rollins and Councillor Orlikow, long before what we see now in terms of affordable housing. We were on a very small committee that actually pushed for a lot of the changes that we actually see here in this document. So I want to make sure that people understand some of this stuff is not new. We have already been doing it, but we're adding to it and we're strengthening it. So I just want to recognize that there is some stuff that we as councillors have done that are in this document that we've done a long time ago, but want to recognize the work and really want to recognize the fact that we're strengthening it. Some of the stuff that I've asked for through motions are coming into fruition. So we're actually, it was really quite fascinating for me to find out, Madam Speaker, that we're actually not taking title without compensation, even though we had the authority to do it. So that was really concerning to me as a councillor who's like, why aren't we getting rid of these properties? Well, that was one reason, Madam Speaker. So now we're really granting that legal authority for our administration to go ahead and do that. We're also going to take the title a lot easier, Madam Speaker. I think we're going to do it in 3 years rather than waiting longer. 2 rather than 3. So that was something that, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
3 rather than 4.
Yes, so it was right, yeah. Okay, they're confusing me. Anyways, we're strengthening it up. We are actually going to be removing homes a lot sooner if the bill's not paid up. And usually these are very delinquent landlords that own these properties. So of course we want to make sure that we're taking over these properties. And one really positive thing that we're actually doing here, Madam Speaker, is we're actually encouraging people that want to just get rid of their properties. Madam Speaker, we have a lot of owners, and it's surprising that they don't live here. And it's actually more just easier for them to hold on to these properties because they got to go through the legal matters in order to get rid of these properties. Now we're saying, hey, just give it to the City of Winnipeg. We'll take on those legal costs. We'll do that work for you, but we'll take a hold of those properties, Madam Speaker. And that's really critical for us to deal with some of the issues that we're having in some of our inner city areas where we're really needing to reinvest in those communities. So I just want to really talk about the strengthening of this document and really highlight that there was a lot of work that came before here, and some of that is in this document that we're already doing, and I also wanted to highlight that. And I want to thank Councillor Duncan because he's heard a lot from me, and Councillor Rollins as I've put many motions through their committee, and I feel like I'm being heard a little bit with this document. And I know that the budget yesterday also invested some money into some staffing in order to really deal with the matter that we're talking about right here. So good policy in front of us. We strengthened it a bit more. There might be more work to do in the future, but I want to thank the members of the Committee of Property and Planning, and of course our leadership with Jonathan Hildebrand and the administration team. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Next is Councillor Rollins.
And I will be supporting the motion, Madam Speaker, and because, Madam Speaker, I would hear from Councillor Gilroy if I did not. But jumping off Councillor Gilroy's substantive point that we've done quite a few motions, I think I'd like to walk us through the 28, just 28 of them since 2018 that we've done. And I'm going to walk you through, and it'll illustrate the following point. We absolutely need to be rowing together as a council and council with administration because of this exact volume. On the 24th of May, 2018, we added an additional bylaw enforcement officer at council, a cost recovered inspection and enforcement activities it was supposed to do. It was one permanent FTE. On April 20 of 19, EPC made changes to the neighborhood livability bylaw and the vacant building bylaw for some voluntary compliance and to deter repeat and long-term offenders, Madam Speaker. June 26th of 2019, that same year, Community Services granted an extension to report back on a matter because we were going to do some more vacant bylaw and voluntary compliance rejigging. In July of 2019, September 2019, November of 2019, there were more motions, some stemming from the methamphetamine and illicit drug action plan for bylaw inspections, some from strategies to enhance neighborhood livability, and more from that action plan to look at dangerous vacant derelict buildings and emergency measures, to look at a number of amendments for bylaws adopted, and more. Again, working on the methamphetamine and illicit drug task force and related action plan, measures to deter criminal activities in vacant buildings, amendments to the vacant buildings bylaw. That was all 3 motions done in between June and September of 2020. Moving on to 2021, Council did strategies and tools to enhance neighborhood livability again, this time some additional recommendations for problematic properties. Moving on to 2022, which gets us into this term, there has been a series of motions, whether it is a motion stemming from Community Committee concerning the number of rising vacant and derelict properties. I believe that was a motion of Edie's. Property Development received the motion as information, but we continued on to work together to gather up other motions that were coming from Riel. I believe that was one of Councillor Allard's for tenants to deter evictions and potential further deepen derelict buildings. In 2023, there were 2 motions. In 2024, there has been 4 motions. In 2025, it's been a banner year. That's 6 motions, not including this one, before this one, whether it was time limits on vacant buildings, graffiti on vacant buildings, unsafe conditions, response team pilot project, which was introduced, demolitions and site cleanings for vacant buildings, enhancing enforcement. Madam Speaker, at the 4-minute mark, I'll stop, but all that's to say is it is clearly a plan and a priority of this council. We need some of what's before us today, I do believe, is reminiscent, and you can find in other motions. I am hesitant to approve any more reserves. There is a housing rehabilitation investment reserve that does exactly the same thing as the original report's reserve prompted in HIZ zones. So it is feeling like, if you're feeling like Groundhog Day, I think what's important is, we're reconvening. It is clearly a priority and plan. What we do need, though, is, no siloed approaches. In the fullness of time, when that reserve comes before us, I would like us to consider the HIRR, and that by definition, it does exactly this. But that is persnickety, Madam Speaker, and I will be supporting the motion. There has been a depth of work done this term, last term. I remember, working very closely with Councillor Gillingham then back in 2018 when he said, "You've got this thing called the Rubin Block," and I acknowledge now that the Rubin Block potentially by the end of this term will be put into use. And that is no small measure due to the work that I've outlined here.
Thank you. Next speaker, Mr. Mayor, followed by Councillor Eady.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I really appreciate Councillors Gilroy and Rollins giving the history, and that probably haven't touched on at all, just in the last couple terms of council, of what has really led to this. I had the opportunity, what we have before us here today is the good work of a lot of people, and I want to thank Jonathan Hildebrand, as others have as well, for just outstanding leadership on this initiative, and there's more to come. The problem of vacant and derelict buildings is one that our good staff have been trying to solve and address. And Councillor Rollins points out sometimes in silos, but in the last few years not in silos. But we often looked at it as a challenge and a problem that we solve by departments. Under the Bloomberg Harvard Initiative, we had the opportunity to take a bit of a different approach, to take all of what Councillor Rollins and Gilroy just talked about, bring it forward, and instead of just our departments and the city trying to address this problem, we convened a table. Darrell Warren was brought to the table, president of the William White Neighborhood Association, Sean Hogan of Build, folks from not Progressive, but Purpose Built Construction, other community members, all of our departments, someone from the province of Manitoba, from housing. We brought everyone together and said, how do we solve this problem together and address it? And so I really would encourage you to read through the administrative report. It's not that long a read, to hear some of the most recent history of how we took everything that has been outlined by my colleagues, brought it forward, brought our departments together, community members together, nonprofits, even for-profits, to the table to say, how do we tackle this challenge of neighborhood blight that is disproportionately impacting Councillor Eady's ward, Councillor Gilroy's ward, and certainly maybe parts of Councillor Santos's ward as well. What we have before us today, under, again, the leadership of Jonathan Hildebrand, is a report that really calls on us to support and pursue 5 interventions. And one is to, and I'm just going to read them because I think they're important, is to establish a partnership agreement with Manitoba Housing, Purpose Construction, Build Inc., and other partners, as Councillor Duncan has pointed out, to increase affordable housing with an emphasis on ownership. I had the privilege on December the 5th to go on a tour with Sean Hogan and the team from Purpose Construction to see a couple of the buildings that they have built. First of all, I saw their shop where they're teaching people, mostly but not entirely young men, to be carpenters, to build homes, to learn trade. A lot of those individuals have, as Councillor Duncan mentioned, have had interaction with the law. Some of them have spent time incarcerated. They're coming out of jail and learning a trade. They're building homes. They're revitalizing the north end of Winnipeg. It's just a fantastic initiative. And so we want to assist with the work that they are doing. And we see an opportunity here for a win-win scenario. Intervention 2 is the taking title without compensation process is a key mechanism to enforce compliance with the city's vacant building bylaw. And the item 3, we're going back and forth with Councillor Gilroy. We're confusing her back and forth with numbers here when she was trying to speak. But 3 is to reduce the eligibility period for properties to enter tax sale from the existing 3 years in arrears to 2 years. So we're going to move faster to take title sooner of those who are delinquent property owners. Item 4, restructure the existing empty building fee so it increases 1% per year. And then item number 5 is to formalize, implement, and promote an acquisition program to accept title of distressed properties. When I toured the one property that Purpose Built has built, is just about completing in the north end, in the William White neighborhood. We stood on the front step of that house that's just about finished. We looked across to a pile of rubble that has been sitting there a long time. And Jonathan Hildebrand said to me, that piece of property, the owner of that property wanted to give that city the property, and we didn't have a mechanism to receive it. So if we have property owners who have distressed properties who say, here, city, you take it, transform it, turn it into housing, my goodness, we have to have a faster and better mechanism by which we can receive these properties, get them into the right hands, turn them into housing, and reduce neighborhood blight, reduce, it's part of what we talked about yesterday in our budget as well with the firefighters. A lot of these sites that are boarded up buildings are the sites of fires. They're a magnet for arsonists. If we can turn them into properties where people are living in them, then we also reduce the number of fires that would be seen on those sites as well. And so, I really, really appreciate the efforts of everyone. I look forward to this progress in the future. I look forward to the transformation over time of blocks of property, blocks within the city, specifically within the William White neighborhood. It'll be one lot at a time, sometimes consolidated 2 lots into one to build multifamily, whatever the case may be. There's so many good outcomes that are about to be unlocked, as I believe, through this vacancy to vitality strategic policy option. So thank you to everyone who's been involved. We're not done. This just kind of is, another gate that we're going to go through to get us into the kind of transformation, the reduction of neighborhood blight, the building of housing, and the transformation of a neighborhood one block at a time, one property at a time. I'm hoping everyone supports this report.
Mr. Mayor, next speaker, Councillor Eady.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. It is a great report, and I wanted to thank Mr. Hildebrand for the work that he did on it and working with the William White neighborhood community. It's interesting that Bloomberg moved in and kind of became a bit of a catalyst in a way because, Madam Speaker, the ideas that are in this report were around in 2010 to 2014. Saul Burrows was out there, taking property without compensation. Vacant derelict buildings in this city. When I did the research and went back and moved some motions earlier on in my city councillor career, Madam Speaker, I did a review and I researched to see how these things came up and the various bylaws that ended up being passed. And if you went back to the 1990s and looked on the minute record, there were a number of things that we were doing. And Madam Speaker, some of them, all we were doing was just trying to tweak them and make them try to work better, but we weren't moving forward with a number of these ideas that have been around since the 90s, actually. One of the other problems, though, in the 90s was to point out that what's great about this report is we have social enterprise, building homes for ownership. I think that's a great idea because if you looked at, anyway, just sort of if you looked back in the past, there was a lot of also vacant lots. So yeah, demolition could happen, force them to demolish it, but then you ended up with a neighborhood with tons of vacant lots, which end up collecting bulk waste, actually. Oddly enough, it just appears on empty properties for some reason. For example, across from Aberdeen School, when I worked there in 1983, there was a house that never got built that was set on fire, and it sort of sat there. And for years and years and years, garbage, bulk waste was dumped on it because it was an empty lot. Nobody cared about it. So they said, well, if nobody cares about it, I'm just going to throw my mattress or my whatever. I'm going to throw it on there. So those are kind of things that happen. So this is good to see that we're also moving along and having social enterprise like Build and others build housing. There have been other programs to try to get ownership in the William White, Dufferin neighborhoods, in North Kildonan. Habitat for Humanity does work in these neighborhoods. They kind of backed off a little bit, though, because one of the issues about owning a home where there's a lot of people struggling in life, Madam Speaker, Some people don't want to own a house. They're afraid for their families because there's a drug house that ends up next door, or a vacant derelict that, it could be set on fire and their kids are in danger. And so this is moving to deal with that. I think it's great. I also should, and we should thank some of our EAs that worked in for Councillor Smith and for others in the West End, in the North End. I know that my assistant, I think he got PTSD from vacant derelict properties, and these were owned by landlords who weren't going to do something with their homes, and now we need to take them away with no compensation because we were trying to do our best so that a fire wouldn't get set. The people are saying city council's not doing anything. We're doing something here. It's piloting in William White. Other neighborhoods do have this problem, and we want to move it along. William White just happened to have the most of these properties, and a lot of people, these are really old neighborhoods, and so you might have a family member who's 90-something who still stayed in their home, they pass away. A family who doesn't have the means to renovate or take care of a house end up with it, and so they'll be able to give it away. So, there's a lot of people who work diligently and hard, and I already mentioned Saul Burrows. His ideas, they're coming to fruition in this report, and those are coming back from days from the people in the neighborhood, Madam Speaker, who are trying to work to try to resolve the issues. And bylaw enforcement for years was trying to help out, trying to do things. And one thing I will note, I believe we did hire more permit people. One of the things, there is another report, I think, that was passed, where we can look at not really charging the fees for people who are actually trying to repair the home and so that it's occupiable by somebody, rental. And I'll just end with, William White. So the 2006 census, Madam Speaker, I was looking at many years ago, and the population of William White, now some of it's a decline because of age and the kids move out to other neighborhoods and they have more kids, but one of the things you would note in there is there used to be an analysis of ownership versus rental. The ownership back in the day when I was young growing up in those neighborhoods in the 70s, the ownership of and people living in them was somewhere around 70% or whatever. The vast majority of homes were owned, and there was less rentals. So this report is talking about trying to get to the point where the William White neighborhood has 80% owner occupied versus rentals. We are building some affordable housing in William White. There's some stuff coming up, but there needs to be a balance in a neighborhood because neighborhoods that struggle the most have way too many rentals. I'm not blaming anybody. I'm just saying there's a lot of issues when it comes down to that. And so this is dealing with it. Mr. Hildebrand, Mr. Warren, and others put in a lot of work. And they're implementing things we've been calling for years and years and years, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Councillor Wyatt.
Madam Speaker, I don't wish to end the big love-in, but I will speak to some of the frank discussion that we had in the Standing Committee on this issue, and it was a really good discussion. I wish every member of council had been there. Mr. Hildebrand's participation and the discussion we had with Jonathan was excellent. A lot of good ideas flowing out of that meeting, and I'll just kind of highlight maybe some of them. And that is this, that William White is one neighborhood. We have challenges all over. Greatest challenge we hear from our staff on a regular basis is the fact that we, over the last 20 years, have reduced funding to enforcement, very basic enforcement, such as the vacant and derelict building bylaw. You talk to Mr. Happychuck, who will speak frankly off record, that there has not been this type of enforcement that we once had in the past. We did make a transfer from P&D over to community services on some of the enforcement. Did that mean that enforcement improved on the bylaws? Actually, no. It actually meant there was less enforcement. So the challenge we have, Madam Speaker, is we have these bylaws that actually can guide us and do a lot of things we're talking about. But we've undercut the enforcement with regards to them. And it's hard to say that on one hand, that we're serious about dealing with the vacant and derelict building problem, when the very bylaws that we pass that could be enforced are not being enforced because we don't have the staff to enforce it. We react on a complaint basis. So to give you an idea, Madam Speaker, the biggest challenge we have right now is to do an analysis of exactly the inventory out there of the properties across the city, especially in the inner city, Councillor Gilroy's ward and other wards that are being affected, Councillor Edie's ward and other wards. How many are out there that are vacant and derelict? How many are following the vacant and derelict building bylaw? How many are in violation of the vacant and derelict? We can't say that. We don't know the numbers. We also, Madam Speaker, don't have a running count accurate in terms of the buildings that have burnt out and where we're standing right now and what is being enforced and when they're coming down. We have to be able to stay on top of those, Madam Speaker, and we're not. Our staff are doing the best they can with the resources they have. We see it in the standing committee. It's frustrating, very frustrating. Fine. The other thing that came up in the discussion was benchmarks. To Councillor Edie's point, he's absolutely correct. We discussed about what makes a healthy neighborhood. Typically, where you have rental rates at about 20 or 30% max. In other words, ownership is in the majority in terms of the block and the homes on that block, 70 to 80% owned, versus what we see now in a lot of these neighborhoods, 70, 80%, as high as 90% rental. That's a huge change that we got to affect. If we're going to start targeting and saying that we're going to turn these neighborhoods around, then we have to have the policy tools to be able to do that. We have to have ways to be able to raise or knock down buildings that are just beyond repair. We have an aging housing stock in the city. And if anybody wanted to read about that, go on to the in-depth report, which was an excellent report. Just below that, on Appendix A, report number 6, the 2025 housing needs assessment done every 5 years by our staff. It paints a very scary picture of where our housing stock is going in the older neighborhoods. And if that doesn't raise the red flags of what we got to be doing as a city, I don't know what else does. I will remind this council that it was under Brian Bowman that we eliminated the housing division of the city that we once had, believe it or not, prior to. We once had our own active housing division that was eliminated. And we had great staff in it too, by the way. This is before Councillor Rollins was here and others. That was done against protestations of some of us on council. We have fallen back on many of these issues. When Mayor Murray was here, he ramped up on this stuff, including the vacant and derelict building. We, in the standing committee, heard hearing after hearing, month after month, people appealing the vacant and derelict building bylaw. Why? Because we were actually enforcing it. And we stood our ground in that committee, I'm proud to say. Meeting after, we gave them more time when they needed it, but we stood our ground to get those buildings fixed and repaired. We would not be in the problem right now we're facing today with the burnt out buildings today if we had kept enforcing that bylaw. We have a lot of work to do. Unless we have benchmarks, unless we have targeted benchmarks in neighborhood after neighborhood, what we want to achieve, unless we back it up with staffing, starting with our existing public policy that's in place that we could just simply enforce, not to mention new tools that we'll need. Absolutely, I agree with all the councillors calling for that. We're not going to make the kind of progress. We're going to make some progress. We might be able to put out the challenges we're seeing now in William White, but it's just going to move into another area if we're not addressing it comprehensively. What's affecting it, and that creates. How do we do this without gentrifying neighborhoods, without pushing people out? How do we do it to ensure that the residents living there are part of the solution, right? And there is a way to do it, Madam Speaker. It's been done elsewhere. We've done it. I've seen it done actually in some of the old rooming houses, where the McLaren Hotel, where they actually held a census. They figured out the challenges in the building. They wanted to go to rent. The project fell off because they couldn't get the funding. Sad to say, but they were moving in the right direction to try to transition those residents and help them out. The same can be done in these inner city neighborhoods, Madam Speaker. It's not, and there's not one silver bullet, there's many, but it can be done. But we have to be able to have a conference. And the fact that we move motion after motion over so many years, that's not something to be proud of. It tells me that we're not really, we're not getting traction on the issue, and we're not making progress, and so we're having to move motion after motion. We shouldn't have to do that to get this issue moving.
Okay.
It tells me that there's a challenge. I'm not finished, Madam Speaker. It tells me that there's a challenge with regards to this issue, and it's not getting addressed, and it's not going away. It's going to get worse in certain parts of the inner city. And Madam Speaker, Sal Burrows, who I stay in touch with all the time, shaking his head about the state of affairs in the city today, if we want to quote Sal Burrows, in terms of that inner city and what we're doing, what we're not doing. I get in touch with a local business person who owns a number of properties in our city, Madam Speaker. They can't get insurance now. People are walking from properties because they can't get insurance to insure their properties. So I don't mean to put, you know, kibosh on the loving, on the challenge, on wonderful things we're doing here. But I'm afraid we're not rising to the challenge that we need to here, Madam Speaker. The challenge is so massive and it's growing and it's getting worse. I hate to say it. And for the councillors that are sitting quiet, I'm in Transcona. I can sit quiet on the streets. My ox ain't getting gored. So far, I don't have burnt out houses in my community yet. But it's a matter of time, councillors who are in the suburbs. This can shift quickly. And then we'll see people talking about it a little bit more compared to just the inner city councillors who are struggling with this issue. Anyway, those are my thoughts. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you.
Merry Christmas.
Not done yet. Councillor Duncan to close.
All right. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll turn the tone back to the positive side of things here. I do want to acknowledge Councillor Gilroy and Councillor Rollins for their work, local area councillor in the inner city who's clearly very passionate about this, nonstop advocacy for her residents that are paying attention to council today and throughout the months that I've been here as a city councillor. It is always a top priority for Councillor Gilroy, for Councillor Rollins, obviously stewarding this through. I remember when we first had committee, I was sitting on the committee when Councillor Rollins was chair, and she used the term tough as nails, and that was not just a term that she was throwing around. It came time and time again on motion after motion that was pushed through to challenge the public service to do better. And we've come to this point today where we are looking to do better. We're looking to incorporate members of the community into that doing better, and we're looking to make some serious changes in those communities. Will they happen overnight? No. Are there going to be further challenges that are going to pop up? Absolutely. But is it tough as nails? Absolutely. Merry Christmas, Councillor Wyatt. But thank you to everyone involved, several members of council supporting this along the way. And with that, I'll ask that you call to question.
Thank you,
Madam
Councillor
Speaker.
Duncan.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'll call the question item 5. All in favor? Aye. Contrary, carried. Bylaws, Councillor Duncan.
All right. As I mentioned before, thank you to council on the 1,281 units that were approved in this agenda alone throughout the city. That's a huge stride. 356 of those, Madam Speaker, are affordable. I'd like to move that bylaw number 115 of 2025 be read a first time.
All in favor? Contrary, carried.
Bylaw number 115 of 2025.
Thank you. I'd like to move that bylaw number 75 of 2025 be read a second time.
All in favor? Contrary, carried.
Bylaw number 75 of 2025.
I'd like to move that the bylaw number 75 of 2025 be read a third time and ordered to be signed and sealed.
All in favor? Contrary, carried.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to move that the following bylaws be read a first time. Bylaws number 117, 118, 119, 128, and 130 of 2025.
All in favor? Contrary, carried.
Bylaws numbered 117 of 2025, 118 of 2025, 119 of 2025, 128 of 2025, and 130 of 2025.
I'll move that the bylaws numbered 117, 118, 119, 128, and 130 of 2025 be read a second time.
All in favor? Contrary, carried.
Bylaws numbered 117 of 2025, 118 of 2025, 119 of 2025, 128 of 2025, and 130 of 2025.
Thank you, and I'll move that the Rule 50, brackets 2 of the procedure bylaw number 50, 2007 be suspended, and the bylaws numbered 117, 118, 119, 128, and 130 of 2025 be read a third time and ordered to be signed and sealed.
All in favor? Contrary, carried.
Thank you.
Question period. Any questions for the chair? Okay. Next is the Standing Policy Committee on Finance and Economic Development. We'll get right into question period. Any questions for our chair? Okay. Next, we have one item. There's no governance agenda today, but there is a notice of motion moved by Councillor Mays, seconded by the mayor. It's regarding amending the procedure bylaw for the chief construction officer to appear at council meetings for questions. That'll be on next month's council agenda. Okay, with that, Mr. Mayor, do you move adjournment?
Yes, with holiday greetings, Merry Christmas to all.
Yes. Thank you. I echo that. Merry Christmas, happy holidays, and take some time to rest and recharge as we get back to our next session in the new
Yes.
year. Stay for a roll call, please, Mr. Clerk. Oh, the question about adjourning, all in favor?
Aye.
Contrary, carried. Roll call, please.
Madam Speaker, Councillor Sharma, His Worship Mayor Gillingham, Councillors Allard, Brawadi, Chambers, Dobson, Duncan, Durand-Wood, Gilroy, Mays, Rollins, Santos, Wyatt, and Lukes.
Thank you. Meeting adjourned.